Chapter 9:16. The deck was bathed in the darkness of the night. The dazzling lights dispelled the darkness. This place was very spacious. Not only was there enough space for about 100 guests to move freely without hindrance, there was even a swimming pool in the middle. Tables were scattered around, and delicious dishes and colorful wines were placed on the tables. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the food entered the mouths of everyone present. Wu Yin, Coterie, Yakaina, and Koju were standing at the entrance. Wu Yin looked at the deck and scanned the deck. Then, where are the vampire nobles in the Battle Monarch's domain? Koju said impatiently. As an ordinary high school student, he had never experienced such a situation. He would rather go home and watch TV than attend a social meeting. Yakaina is in a similar situation. Even though she pretends to be calm, she's only 14 or 15 years old. Before coming to Itagami Island, she lived in the Lion King organization and was still a little girl. Because of this, Yakaina looks much younger than Koterie. After all, Koterie is the commander of Ratatoskr and has seen her fair share of big events. You're invited, but you still have to look for the master? It was rare for Koterie to not have a single pearl in her mouth. It was unknown whether she was annoyed or impatient. Damn it, there's nothing worse than this. Wu Yin mocked Koterie. That snake charmer. These guests are probably invited by him to fill up the atmosphere. Koterie turned around and said to Wu Yin, "Didn't you just meet him yesterday? Why do you look like you know him well? If a fight counts as knowing him, then yes." Wu Yin crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's just a feeling I don't know him well. Don't mind it. Anyway, let's get this over with." Koju's annoyance turned into annoyance. "I can't stand staying here any longer. That Vatler something. Where's this place? Let's go up." Looking up, Wu Yin looked at the top of the yacht. "That's the only place I can think of." Observing the ordinary people here from a high vantage point, as expected of a noble, with that, Wu Yin didn't stay any longer. He headed to the top deck with Koterie, Yakaina, and Koju following behind him. It was different from the lively banquet below. There were no lights on the top deck, nor were there any luxurious food or wine. It was just a cold deck. This was where Wu Yin and Vatler had clashed last night. Although the battle had only happened last night, it was still too late. However, the broken deck had been completely repaired, and it was impossible to tell that this place was still in a dilapidated state yesterday. Looking around, there was no one around, and the sounds of the banquet below could not reach here. Only the sound of waves could be heard. Where is he? She looked around at the empty space around her. Koju and Yakaina were at a loss. Wu Yin and Koterie looked in the same direction. An imperceptible light flashed in their eyes. "Let's end our game of hide-and-seek here, Vatler." Wu Yin closed his eyes. His voice echoed clearly. "Unlike you who is bored to death, I have a lot of things that I need to do. As cold as ever, Wu Yin." Just as Wu Yin finished his sentence, a series of light footsteps could be heard coming from the dark corners of the deck, drawing everyone's attention as they got closer and closer. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a beautiful young man in a pure white Western-style suit appeared in front of the crowd. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his blue eyes were wide open. Vatler looked at Wu Yin with a mischievous grin. Then, he turned to Koju with a bright glint in his eyes. He placed his hand in front of his chest, and he bowed like a noble. "Nice to meet you, Koju, no, Yebwa of Yingguang, my favorite fourth primageur." "Huh?" Koju's expression froze. He looked at Vatler, who was smiling at him. He shuddered and took a step back out of reflex. "Favorite?" Koterie and Yakaina raised an eyebrow. They looked at Koju with a meaningful gaze. Yukina's expression changed completely. She looked at Koju as a pervert before, but now she looked at him as a pervert. "Senpai, I didn't know your perversion wasn't limited to gender. Stop imagining things." Koju's hair stood on end as he yelled at the top of his lungs. "It's just that guy talking to himself." "No, Koju, you're wrong." Vatler closed one eye and gave Koju a flying kiss. "I came here to find you." Koterie and Yakaina moved away from Koju. Even Wu Yin couldn't stand it and turn around. Koju's veins popped out. He said something that shocked everyone. "My sexual orientation is normal. I don't like men. I like men. I'm a big sister. Akatsuki Koju's roar reverberated in the air. Wu Yin, Kotori, and Yakaina were all stunned. They couldn't react in time. Vatler was the only one who guffawed. So you like that type of woman, Koju? No problem, I don't mind. My ass. Who needs your attention? Koju seemed to be completely broken. He pointed at Vatler and continued to shout. Don't cause me unnecessary trouble, bastard. Unfortunately, Koju's argument only made Vatler laugh. It seems like he's right. Wu Yin, Kotori, and Yakaina moved further away from him. You. As expected, Koju. Yakaina is the most dangerous thing to do. Suddenly, a sharp, steady, and sweet voice rang out beside Vatler. The voice contained traces of hatred. Then a figure flashed out and stood in front of Vatler. It was a young girl. She had long, dark chestnut hair tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a slender figure that matched the cheongsam she was wearing. However, her height was not ordinary. She was at least 7 meters, and she looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. At this age, having such a height was considered quite tall. It's you. Yakaina was shocked when she saw the girl. Sayaka. The moment Yukina's voice fell, the girl called Sayaka's beautiful face lit up as if she had seen something beautiful. Her face bloomed with a bright smile, and the hatred in her eyes when she looked at Koju turned into love. Yakaina. She cheered like a child, jumped up, and hugged Yakaina. Her long ponytail swayed like a tail. Anyone could see that she was in a good mood. Long time no see. Yakaina. Ah, yes. Yakaina seemed to have only just reacted. She responded to Shayawa's call. Shayawa hugged her neck tightly, causing her to feel a little pain. However, compared to this, there was more joy on her face. Is she Jiju's friend? Koju blinked and asked in confusion. Yes, senpai. Sayaka is my childhood friend. Yakaina struggled to break free from Sayaka's embrace and said to Koju, Oh, I didn't know you were that close. Vatler raised an eyebrow and looked at Koju. Then, Gucheng, let's have a good time together. Love each other my ass. Get away from me. Wu Yin and Kotori were speechless when they saw Yakaina and Sayaka hugging each other and Vatler approaching Koju. Both sides are the same. Kotori stated the truth. No matter which side it is, they both have sexual orientation issues. Of course not. Akatsuki Koju and Yukina's roars echoed from shore. Chapter 917. Vatler. Wu Yin sighed when he saw the situation getting worse. He finally opened his mouth to speak. Let's make it clear here. Why did you invite us here? Wu Yin's words made Gucheng and the others stop what they were doing. The rowdy atmosphere started to turn serious. Vatler chuckled and closed his eyes. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, and the flirtatious aura around him changed, becoming sharp and incisive. This was how the real Vatler should be. Koju and Yakaina sensed the change in Vatler's aura. They came to Wu Yan's side, and the four of them stood in a line facing Vatler. They looked like they were ready to attack at any moment. Don't make such a scary face. Vatler shrugged when he saw Koju and Yukina's tense faces. He tried to lighten the atmosphere. As the ambassador of the warlord's domain, I should pay a visit to the fourth primogenitor's territory. No? I told you, don't act on your own. Koju clenched his fists. I've never said that I'm going to occupy this island. But according to legend, the world's strongest vampire is on this island. Vatler's tone changed when he mentioned the strongest vampire in the world. It's like he's excited. At least the fourth primogenitor is here. In other people's eyes, this island is the fourth primogenitor's territory, including the people on this island. Koju paused. Wu Yin guessed correctly. Unlike the other three primogenitors who ruled over an entire empire and a large number of vampires, the fourth primogenitor had never led a vampire compatriot or ruled over a territory. Instead, he had 12 disaster-like familiars. He brings fear and darkness to people. However, a true ancestor was a true ancestor after all. They were at the peak of the vampires and had the highest level of fighting power in the world. They were regarded by the world as having the same fighting power as a country, and they had such strength in this world. Ruling over a territory is a piece of cake for them. They have the right to create an empire. The other three primogenitors created their own empires. Koju, as the fourth primogenitor, is considered to be a primogenitor who wants to rule over territory. Koju lives in Itagami City. It's understandable that people would think of Itagami City as Koju's territory. Vatler looked at Koju's frozen expression and raised his head in delight. Then, he looked at Wu Yin with an even more joyful expression. An uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. To the world, this is the territory of the fourth primogenitor, because the fourth primogenitor lives here. But Vatler clutched his head as he stared at the expressionless Wu Yin. He started laughing. If people know of your existence, won't this knowledge be preserved? Other than Wu Yin and Kotori, Koju, Yakaina, and Sayaka frowned. What does that mean? Gu Qing couldn't help but ask. Oh, Vatler looked at Gu Chung in surprise. Gu Chung, don't tell me you don't know what kind of existence this person beside you is. Wu Yin, sensei? Koju subconsciously looked at Wu Yin. Yakaina and Sayaka did the same. Koju and Yakaina have been wondering about Wu Yan's identity for a long time now. Despite being only 26 years old, he possessed unimaginable power. Not only could he casually challenge the vampire nobleman to a fight, but he could also defeat the Lion's Gold, the fourth primogenitor's familiar, without even summoning his familiar. Even if the Lion's Gold's power isn't complete, how can a 26-year-old vampire defeat it in one hit without summoning his familiar? The answer was obvious even if one used their knees to think. However, Wu Yin didn't explain, and Koju and Yakaina didn't ask. Plus, Wu Yin gave him a good impression. He doesn't look like a bad guy or an enemy, so they didn't probe further. Koju and Yakaina didn't have the opportunity to know Wu Yan's identity, so they reacted when Vatler brought it up. Vatler saw their reactions and knew the answer he wanted to know. Unfortunately, he didn't give them an answer. If that's the case, Koju, you'd better be careful, Vatler said with a wicked smile. He didn't want to give up until he was shocked to death. The person beside you might be even more terrifying than the strongest vampire in this world. Koju and Yukina's expressions froze. Their eyes widened as they looked at Wu Yin with disbelief. Glancing at the two of them, Wu Yin shook his head and sighed. Is that all you want to say? Vatler. Oh, are you angry? Vatler pretended to take a step back, but his face was full of smiles. No matter what, I'm just a diplomat. A noble coming to a man-made island to be a diplomat? Kotori suddenly interrupted Vatler. Compared to Itagami City, the first primogenitor's Empire of Darkness should have some territories that are more valuable than Itagami City, right? Even if it's a diplomatic mission, there's no need to send a direct descendant unless there's no one left in Warlord's territory. Vatler opened his eyes and looked at Kotori in surprise. It was as if he hadn't noticed her existence until now. You are? Me? Kotori raised her head with a wicked smile on her face. I might be even more terrifying than the two vampires you're worried about. That's interesting. Vatler froze for a moment before laughing. Since this terrifying existence has already said so much, it would be a form of sophistry if I continue to hide it. Vatler walked to the railing and looked out at the ocean. Christoph Kardashian? Kotori, Koju, and Yakaina were stunned when Vatler mentioned the name. Wu Yin, on the other hand, understood what happened after Vatler spoke. Vatler. Wu Yin took a deep look at Vatler. Your goal is the ancient weapon in the Black Death Emperor faction's possession, the Nalacuvula, right? Black Death Emperor faction, Koju exclaimed. Nalacuvula? Yakaina furrowed her brows. You already know that much? Vatler smiled, his eyes suddenly burning with passion. That's right. It's a weapon from the Age of Gods that destroyed countless civilizations. I heard it has the power to kill a primogenitor. I'm very interested in that power. Could it be? Yakaina gasped as she thought of something. You're doing this for... That's how it is. Vatler finally laughed out loud without holding back. Isn't it interesting to fight with a primogenitor killing weapon? Stop joking. Koju roared. That Nalacuvula has the power to kill primogenitors. It must be very dangerous. What will happen to the island if you fight? The familiars of the old generation vampires were not to be trifled with. Any one of them could easily raise a small village to the ground. Koja didn't know what level of vampire Vatler is, but if he's a noble in the warlord's territory, he's no weaker than an old generation vampire. If he unleashes his vassal beast to fight that terrifying weapon in Itagami City, it wouldn't be strange if the entire island was destroyed. That's why I'm here, Coach. Vatler used a tone that could pierce through Koju's heart. I'm here to greet you, in case you don't forgive my rudeness. You bastard. Koju was furious. He wanted to do something, but Wu Yin grabbed his shoulder and smiled. If you can do it, then give it a try, Wu Yin said with an indifferent smile. The smile on Vatler's face froze for a moment, but quickly reappeared. Kotori and Koju stared at each other in silence. Koju and Yakaina opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything and remained silent. Chapter 918. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. On the way home, the full view of the apartment appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, no one present reacted to it. As they walked into the apartment, they remained silent, as if they were thinking about something. This scene had been going on ever since Vatler got off the yacht. Aside from Kotori, Wu Yin, Yakaina, and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. To be more precise, Yakaina and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. Wu Yin muttered to himself. His wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. It's clear that he's lost in his thoughts. The four of them entered the elevator in silence. Their bodies rose along with the elevator. When they were about to reach their destination, Yakaina couldn't help but ask Wu Yin in a worried tone. Sensei, is it really okay? The silence was broken. Kotori and Koju looked at Wu Yin. Wu Yin snapped out of his daze, but he didn't hear what Yakaina said. What did you say? Sensei. Yakaina looked at Wu Yin with an accusatory gaze and sighed. I say, is it really okay to just leave it be like this? Duke Rudiaro's goal is to protect Itagami Island. It's dangerous. Yeah. Koju, who had been holding back, finally lost his temper. If that Vatler guy really does fight with that Nalacuvala thing, he'll be the first to die. Then what should this island and the people on this island do? You guys. Wu Yin shook his head and patted Yukina's head. Aren't you guys being a little too worried? Too worried? Yakaina and Koju froze. Isn't that right? Wu Yin smiled. Then let's take a step back. Even if we don't leave Vatler alone, what can you guys do? We can arrest Christopher Garza first. Capture Gardos. Yakaina said without hesitation. If that's the case, Duke Rudiaro won't have a reason to start a war, right? You can think of it. Can't the others think of it as well? Wu Yin pursed his lips, and he told Yakaina. He's still the leader of a terrorist organization. If he's that easy to capture, we wouldn't be having such a headache. But that's enough. Wu Yin interrupted her, and he rubbed her head. Don't underestimate Itagami Island. One of you is the fourth primogenitor, and the other is a sword shaman from Lion Organization. But there are plenty of capable people in Itagami Island. You're just students. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone stronger to hold it up. At least, I'll be here. Vatler won't go too far. Smiling warmly, Wu Yin lowered his voice. His tone gave Yakaina and Koju an indescribable sense of security. You guys just have to live your own lives. If there's really something I need your help with, I'll give it to you. If you really need help, I won't hold back. So don't overthink it. Hearing this, Yakaina and Koju looked at each other. Their emotions calmed down a little, and a smile appeared on their faces. Both of them are people with a strong sense of justice, but like Wu Yin said, they're still students. They haven't even reached adulthood yet. It's not right for them to shoulder the responsibility of saving the demon race. Even if their identities were extraordinary, abilities were just abilities, right? Wu Yin's words gave them a sense of security. I understand, Sensei. Yakaina nodded solemnly. If you need our help, please don't hesitate. Wu Yin smiled. Even if it's free labor, I won't let it go. How direct? Koju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Wu Yin, and he hesitated for a bit before asking. By the way, Wu Yin Sensei, Vatler said you're more terrifying than the fourth primogenitor. What did he mean by that? Yeah, sensei. Yakina hesitated, but she still asked anyway. You, who are you? You believe Vatler's words? Wu Yin scratched his face and glanced at Koju. If he's talking about the fully awakened fourth primogenitor, you wouldn't believe me if I said I'm on par with him. Is it strange if I say the fourth primogenitor is more terrifying than him? Koju was speechless. Yakina sensed that something is wrong, but she didn't know how to ask. She looked like she's in a dilemma. Wu Yin found it funny when he saw her like this. He rubbed Yukina's head and started rubbing her head. Don't think too much about it. Go home and rest. I know. Don't mess up my hair. Yakina covered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yin rubbed her head even harder. Kotori looked helpless. Wu Yin and Yakina didn't notice that while they were having fun, the camera in the elevator was recording their every move. It wasn't just recorded in the control room. It was also recorded in the mind of a girl with a ponytail sitting on the top floor of a building not far away from them. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked at the image in her mind, and a trace of hatred came out of her mouth. How dare he rub my Yukina's head like that? None of the vampires around Yakina are good people. The next day, the sun shone brightly. That vampire, Noble, really didn't do anything to you? Didn't he suck your blood? I heard vampires have an urge to suck blood because of that. That Vatler guy, did he do anything strange to you? Wu Yin and Yakina were sweating profusely as Nagisa interrogated them. They looked at her serious and curious eyes. They couldn't bear to push her away. They shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. He really didn't do anything. Wu Yin pushed Nagisa's body away. He looked like he was catching his breath. Plus, that urge is only for the opposite sex, right? You should ask Yakina about that. Sensei. Yakina panicked when she saw that Wu Yin was trying to get her into trouble. Duke Arudiaro wouldn't be interested in me. Even if he was, it would be for senpai. Koju-kun. Nagisa panicked. Koju-kun is interested in men. That. Yakina awkwardly giggled, and she looked at Wu Yin with a pleading look. Wu Yin rolled his eyes, and he snickered. We don't know, but Vatler is very interested in the ancient city. As for the ancient city, Wu Yin purposely dragged out his words as if there's something he can't say. Nagisa's mind was in a mess when she heard this. I didn't expect Koju-kun to have that kind of interest. Nagisa clenched her fists and shouted. No, Nagisa has to ask him when we get back home. Wu Yin and Yakina reflexively took a step back. They gulped and crossed themselves as they prayed for Koju's safety. Hopefully, he would be able to hold on under Nagisa's relentless interrogation. At the same time, a large vehicle that could fit many people was parked at the gate of Kaihai Academy. In the car, a man in military uniform with a dignified appearance who looked a little old, but his thin eyes were full of light, rolled down the window and looked at the buildings in Kaihai Academy. He turned around and looked at the two hairy orcs behind him. The Witch of the Void, Natsuki Minamiya, should be at our base by now. The only one who can threaten us in this academy is that vampire called Wu Yin. You two, hold him back while I bring the one who could decipher the tablet. The two beastmen looked at each other. Is this okay? Won't we be discovered? If I don't transform, I'll look like an old visitor. I won't be discovered. Go ahead and buy me as much time as you can. Yes, sir. Chapter 919. Two beastmen broke into Saikai Academy and charged towards the middle school building. Wu Yin, who was playing with Yakina and Nagisa, froze. His face darkened. Sensei. Nagisa called out to Wu Yin, but Yakina grabbed her wrist. She looked at Wu Yin with a serious expression. Sensei, what happened? Yes. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and nodded. The sensing tactic I've engraved in the school has reacted. Two beastmen have arrived at the school. Beastmen. Yakina lowered her body. She was on high alert. Black Death Emperor faction? If I'm not mistaken, that should be it. Wu Yin stood up. Yakina also stood up. She tilted her head in confusion. But why would Black Death Emperor faction send people to school? Wu Yin lowered his head. He mused for a bit before abruptly raising his head again. I once asked Natsuki if no one could decipher Nalacuvula. At that time, Natsuki was very certain, but I don't know what she thought of, but she hesitated. She even told me to stay in school if I had nothing to do. Yakina froze for a moment before her expression changed. You mean? That's right. Wuyan nodded and sneered. The Black Death Emperor faction came to Itagami Island for a reason, other than to cause panic and prove to the world that they are still alive. Their main goal is the ancient weapon Nalakovara. Considering their goal and Natsuki's words, I'm guessing there must be someone in Saikai Academy who can decipher the Nalakovara's control method. Wah! Yakina sucked in a cold breath. In other words, the Black Death Emperor faction might be using the Nalakovara. That should be it. Wu Yin sighed. Are these two beastmen here to capture someone who can decipher the Nalakovara? Yakina grabbed her guitar bag. She walked towards Wu Yin. Sensei, let's stop them. Wait. Wu Yin stopped her with a frown. Those two beastmen are coming our way. Our way. Yakina was shocked. Why us? I don't know. Wu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at Yakina. Anyway, Yakina, first, take all the students here to take refuge. Sensei, Yakina knew this was not the time to be confused. Sensei, if the two beastmen's destination was here and they started fighting here, it would affect the students and it would be terrible. Yakina, she ran over to the students and tried to persuade them to leave. The students were confused, but Yakina was with Wu Yin, so they thought it was their teacher's idea. They didn't object, and they followed Yakina out of the scene with their heads full of questions. Wu Yin nodded. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses to observe the movements of the two beastmen. Wu Yin, who was paying attention to the beastmen, didn't notice the man in military uniform walking slowly into the school as if he was here for a tour. Not long after, the two beastmen arrived near the classroom. Wu Yin wanted to make a move, but a hand grabbed the corner of his shirt from behind. No, no way. A familiar voice filled with fear rang in Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan was stunned. He turned around and looked behind him. Nagisa was trembling violently. Her face was as white as a sheet. It was as if all the warmth in her body had left her. She was the one who grabbed Wu Yan's shirt. Nagisa. Wu Yan was shocked. Why didn't you leave with Yakina? Sensei. Sensei. Nagisa shook her head as if she didn't hear Wu Yan. Sensei. I'm scared. I'm scared. Looking at Nagisa's pale and fearful face, Wu Yan's heart throbbed with pain as he cursed inside. This situation was exactly the same as when he first arrived at Itagami Island and got into a fight with two vampires. Nagisa was afraid of demons, so she didn't react in time and tried to escape. Yakina, who thought Nagisa was following her, left her behind. Wu Yan panicked when he sensed the two beastmen approaching the classroom. Bang! With a dull thud, two orcs covered in black fur and wearing beast heads violently kicked down the door of the classroom and barged into the scene with pistols in their hands. The appearance of the two beastmen finally ignited the fear in Nagisa's heart. Shut up. The two beastmen raised their pistols and aimed at Nagisa. They were worried that her screams would attract the attention of others, but Nagisa couldn't hear them. She clutched her head and screamed in terror. No, no. Shut up. The orc's finger was already on the trigger. Nagisa. Wu Yan hugged Nagisa tightly, exposing his back to the two beastmen. He ignored them and shook Nagisa's shoulders. Calm down, Nagisa. Just like the first time they met, Nagisa couldn't calm down. She kept shrieking in terror. Judging by her expression, Wu Yan's words didn't register in her mind. Nagisa, Nagisa. No matter how much Wu Yan shouted, Nagisa continued to scream. Wu Yan pursed his lips and pulled Nagisa closer to him. He lowered his head and kissed Nagisa's lips. Ugh! The screams came to an abrupt halt. Nagisa's eyes widened to their widest extent. The fear that had been enough to shatter her nerves had turned into shock and disbelief. She slowly regained consciousness. The two orcs seemed to be shocked by the scene in front of them. Their mouths were wide open, and their fingers that were about to pull the trigger froze. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Her bright eyes reflected Wu Yan's face. Nagisa stared at him blankly, her mind went blank. She couldn't believe her eyes when she felt the warmth on her lips. Her first kiss was actually taken away by her own teacher. Not long after, Wu Yan let go of Nagisa's lips. He bitterly smiled when he saw her dazed expression. He tightened his grip on her petite frame. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Nagisa regained her senses when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her pale face flushed red as she turned her head around in a daze. She had completely lost her ability to think. She could only nod her head out of reflex. The two beastmen also regained their senses. They raised their guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by sparks and smoke. Metal bullets shot out and tore through the air towards Wu Yan's back. Upon closer inspection, the bullets were wrapped in strands of mana. Even an orc would fall after being shot by such a bullet. It was the same for vampires before they recovered. The sound of air being torn through came from behind. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He didn't even turn his head. Behind him, crimson spatial ripples rippled and protected Wu Yan and Nagisa. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The mana-infused bullets shot into the crimson space ripples, creating even more intense ripples. However, the bullets disappeared into thin air. They didn't hit Wu Yan. What? The two beastmen were shocked. What kind of magic is that? A magic trick that will take your life. The cold voice reverberated in the ears of the two beastmen. Their expressions changed drastically. Then, their vision was filled with flashing iron sand swords. Bang, bang, bang. All the walls of the classroom shattered. The iron sand swords continued to fly forward and disappeared into thin air. The two beastmen lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Their bodies were bleeding, and their auras were barely discernible. Chapter 920. Bam! Under the attack of the iron sand swords, the two orcs crashed through the walls of the classroom and were buried in a pile of rocks. They groaned for a while and couldn't get up again. Oomph! Wu Yan waved his hand, and he put away the gate of Babylon in front of him. At this moment, a figure ran out from the shattered wall of the classroom. Aya, it's over. Looking at the rubble and the two beastmen on the ground, this person's first reaction was to laugh out loud. Wu Yan was stunned when he saw this person. Sasasaki-senpai, this is a little too much. Sasasaki-senpai shook her head and sighed at Wu Yan. How am I going to explain this to the principal? Well, I'll explain it to the principal myself if it's bothering me. Aha, there's no need. Sasasaki-senpai scratched her head and stuck out her tongue. These two orcs are from the Black Death Emperor's faction, right? You're just carrying out your duties. There shouldn't be any problems. Plus, you're a junior. How can I let you take responsibility? Wu Yan smiled bitterly, but his smile froze on his face not long after. In his senses, a man in military uniform suddenly knocked out a student and quickly transformed into a fur-covered beast man. He then carried the student on his shoulder. And the beast man used his superior physique to break open the nearest window. He jumped in front of a car, and before Wu Yan could react, the car sped away from Saikai Academy. At this point, Wu Yan understood. These two orcs were just bait to distract him. The other orc was the real person who came to Kaihai Academy to kidnap the one who could decipher Nalakuvala's control method. But how did they know he was the one who would hinder them? Moreover, judging from their carefully designed kidnapping plan, they also knew that he had a tactic that could sense the situation of the entire Rainbow Sea Academy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so purposefully. Could it be the Black Death Emperor's faction? They had information on him all along? Thinking of this, Wu Yan cursed in his mind. He didn't bother explaining himself and handed the stunned Nagisa to Sasasaki-senpai. Sasasaki-senpai, sorry for troubling you, Nagisa. He left this sentence behind. Wu Yan teleported and disappeared. Sasasaki-senpai, who didn't know what Wu Yan was capable of, was shocked. Is it the same type of magic as Natsuki-senpai? Sasasaki-senpai chuckled. Could it be that he hit it off with Natsuki-senpai? Senpai. Nagisa stared at the direction Wu Yan disappeared and clasped her hands together. It's fine, it's fine. Sasasaki-senpai patted Nagisa's shoulder and comforted her with a smile. He's an attack mage. Even if he's just an apprentice, he shouldn't have a problem dealing with a few orcs. After all, he's a newbie recommended by Natsuki-senpai. Nagisa nodded with a heavy heart. It's unknown if she took Sasasaki-senpai's words to heart. She's the only one who knows. Her heart isn't a mess. Her face is hot. The artificial island, Itagami Island, is actually made up of 4 large floating structures. They are located in the east, south, west, and north of the city. It's a place for humans and demons to live. Other than the 4 large floating structures, there are many other smaller artificial areas around the island. They are used for other purposes. For example, there's a waste disposal chamber for non-flammable trash. These small attached islands were called artificial islands. Back when Wu Yin summoned his familiars for the first time and led the berserk Koju to an uninhabited area, it was one of these artificial islands. Today, on one of the artificial islands on Itagami Island that is under construction, it has a radius of about 5 kilometers. It's a square-shaped island that juts out from the sea to dispose of trash. A fierce battle is going on. On the flat and spacious island, the ground was covered with thick steel plates. The helicopters crashed onto the steel-like ground one by one and burst into flames with loud explosions. Some vehicles were unfortunately caught in the smoke and turned into a pile of wreckage, emitting fire and smoke, indicating the fierce state of the battle. It's a battle between the Black Death Emperor faction and the Special Forces. Smoke and gunshots reverberated in the surroundings. On the artificial island that was under construction, the cranes and surveillance towers collapsed like rotten wood. Some of the larger cranes and surveillance towers even turned into the most lethal weapons. They smashed towards the humans and orcs who were fighting amidst the frantic roars of the orcs. Around them, several armored vehicles with thick armor plates stood there. The special zone guards were hiding behind the armored vehicles. They were using special bullets to deal with orcs to shoot forward. Behind some obstacles in front of them, there were also guns fighting back against the special zone guards. The fierce gunfight evolved into a stalemate between the two sides. For a while, no one could tell who was the winner. On the side of the wreckage of the destroyed helicopters and armored vehicles, some injured people were hiding here. While enduring the pain of their wounds, they were trying to find ways to move their bodies so that they could participate in the battle and give their team a boost of strength. However, in this battle of attrition, the number of injured soldiers will only increase until there are casualties. Even so, it would be difficult for this battle to come to an end unless one side was completely defeated. Holding a parasol in her hand, Natsuki's black gothic dress fluttered in the wind. She stood very close to the battlefield and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She didn't make a move to capture the beastmen. No one knows what she's thinking. She kept looking forward with her usual calm eyes. Even when bullets flew past her, she didn't react. If Natsuki was willing to make a move, this battle will end in a short time. But she didn't. She already knows there will be more troublesome things to come. That's what she needs to deal with. Oomph. Nayu let out a soft snort when she saw a rather large black shadow appear amidst the black smoke of war in front of her. So it still ended up like this. At the same time, in a deserted alley not too far away from the artificial island, Wu Yin is looking at the area where black smoke is billowing out from. His face is devoid of any emotion. In fact, his pair of wine-red eyes, there's a trace of uncontrollable rage. When he was still in Kaihai Academy, the Black Death Emperor had kidnapped the student who could decipher Nalakuvala's control method before he could react. However, the other party's mode of transportation was merely a vehicle, while he had teleportation magic. Under the circumstances where he could teleport, he could catch up with the other party in a matter of seconds. If that was the case, the Black Death Emperor faction's wishful thinking would be completely destroyed. But now, the Black Death Emperor's people had probably brought him to their temporary headquarters to decipher the method of control. That's why Wu Yin is so angry. Turning around to look at the battlefield, Wu Yin coldly looked at a spot not far away from him. His voice dropped to a freezing point. Have you planned this from the start? Vatler. Vatler raised his sunglasses and smiled evilly in front of Wu Yan. Don't be so angry. Isn't it fun? Vatler spread his hands and smiled without remorse. After all, if you mess up a situation, it won't be fun anymore. You like to play, don't you? Wu Yan took in a deep breath. Magic power surged out of his body, and along with his rage, the flames of rage started to burn within him. Then I'll play with you. Chapter 9:21. I've been wondering. Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave. His body looked like it was coated with a layer of light. It shined brightly. Why was the Black Death Emperor faction able to infiltrate Itagami Island so stealthily? Why was it so hard to find a hiding place when they obtained the ancient weapon Nalakuvula? And why was the Black Death Emperor faction able to act so purposefully in Saikai Academy? They even knew that I was the real obstacle and sent people to restrain me. Zhang Che thought to himself. As if he wanted to vent something, Wu Yan spat out word by word. Vatler, you're the one behind all of this, aren't you? Vatler is a noble from Warlord Domain. He came to Itagami Island as a diplomatic envoy. As a diplomatic envoy, the yacht Vatler was staying on was strictly protected. Even the special forces couldn't search the yacht without solid evidence. The Black Death Emperor faction was a terrorist from the Warlord's territory. Their goal was to overthrow the first true ancestor, so Vatler and the Black Death Emperor faction were enemies. But because of this, if Vatler provided shelter for the Black Death Emperor faction and let them hide in his ship, then they would be the safest. As long as Vatler provided a hiding place for the Black Death Emperor faction, everything would make sense. I'm afraid so. You were the one who leaked my information to the Black Death Emperor faction, right? He stared at Vatler intently. Wu Yan said coldly. Vatler chuckled and put on an annoying smile. He then shook his head and said in a regretful tone, You misunderstood me. The Black Death Emperor sect is an enemy organization of the Battle King's land. I am a noble of the Battle King's land, and I am a noble of the Battle King's land. How could he possibly help his enemy? This explanation was indeed very convincing. Who would provide help to their enemies? However, Vatler's next sentence completely destroyed this excuse. I just didn't think that there would be a terrorist hiding on my ship. Vatler smiled, his words infuriating. When I noticed it, the Black Death Emperor faction had already attacked me. I couldn't beat them, so I had to abandon the yacht and escape. That's how lucky I am. He didn't expect there to be a terrorist on his yacht. Couldn't beat them? Abandoned the yacht and escaped? Escaped with his life? A ninth-grade noble vampire managed to survive in the hands of a group of terrorists who hadn't even reached 8th grade? Why did they come here to stop him? Very good. His heart calmed down. Wu Yan looked at the smiling Vatler. Suddenly, a crimson spatial ripple appeared under Wu Yan's right hand. I hope so. You can continue to be lucky. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Vatler covered his face as his body trembled. A burst of uncontrollable laughter escaped from the gaps of his fingers. Along with the ferocious swirling of mana, the laughter reverberated around Vatler's body. 3 python-like fluorescent serpents formed from Vatler's magic power. They coiled their bodies and flew up. They collided in midair and merged like water. Then, a light dragon with spikes on its back, missing its horns and limbs, and covered in black scales appeared and circled around Vatler. Finally, I can fight with you again, the mysterious 5th primogeniture. Like a fanatical believer, Vatler suppressed the wild excitement in his heart as his voice reverberated through the air. Compared to an ancient weapon that can kill a primogeniture, I would much rather fight a primogeniture. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? His blue eyes turned crimson red. Vatler ripped off his sunglasses and crushed them. He stared at Wu Yan with a look of ecstasy on his face. Come, let's continue where we left off last time. Not over. Wu Yan snickered. He held the gate of Babylon in the palm of his hand. A red spear came out of the gate of Babylon and landed in his hand. You're wrong, Vatler. The last battle ended with my victory. This time, you'll lose even faster. Vatler paused. He looked at the red spear in Wu Yan's hand. What is that? You will find out soon enough. Wu Yan's magic power abruptly shrunk after he said that. Vatler's expression stiffened. He manipulated his familiar and threw a mana vortex behind him. Hiss! The glowing light dragon swung its body like a whip. Under the guidance of its host, the heavily armored body of the light dragon transformed into the most direct form of a savage beast. Withstanding the ferocious force that caused the space to tremble, the light dragon charged forward and crashed into Vatler's back. Wu Yan appeared out of thin air with a red spear in his hand. His expression didn't change at all when he saw the vassal beast charging at him. Pong! Stomping on the air, Wu Yan charged forward with his tiny body that is incomparable to Guanglong's. Leaping into the air, the spear in his hand thrusted forward with a ferocious momentum. It's as if he's aiming at an iron rod. He thrusted forward with all his might. Vatler almost smiled mockingly at the sight of this. Vassal beasts were a collection of mana. To deal with a vassal beast, one had to use mana that was even more powerful than the vassal beast's mana to neutralize the vassal beast's mana. It wasn't that there weren't any methods that were effective against mana in this world, but there weren't many of them. Vatler, who had lived as a vampire for a long time, knew almost all of them. However, he had never seen this red spear before. However, Vatler did not hold back. Let me have a taste. The blood of the fifth primogeniture. What does it taste like? As Vatler roared, the light dragon charged forward and collided with the red spear that was as thin as a needle. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Ding! The red spear pierced through the massive body of the familiar, accurately landing on its forehead. At the point of impact, a ripple of energy rippled outwards, followed by a crisp sound that reverberated through the small alleyway. Then, bang! Guanglong's familiar was powerful enough to turn the entire Itagami Island into rubble. Guang! It disintegrated into nothingness. Wu Yan blocked the vassal beast of the vampire who is said to be the closest to a primogeniture with a single strike. What? Vatler's smile froze on his face. The impact created a tornado that blew away everything in its path. Wu Yan charged forward with the red spear in hand. His expression didn't change. He arrived in front of Vatler. Raising his head, Guanglong stared at the stunned Vatler. He gripped the spear with both hands and thrust it at Vatler. Bang! Vatler looked like he'd been hit by an invisible meteorite. He howled in pain as he was sent flying backwards. Bam! His perfectly proportioned body was like an arrow that had left the bow. With a burst of air-piercing sounds, he flew out at an extremely fast speed and crashed into the wall at the end of the alley. He broke through layer after layer of hard rocks and smashed onto the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep pit and dense smoke and dust. The broken rocks did not even have the chance to land on Vatler, as they were blown away by the violent impact. Not long after, only Vatler's grotesquely twisted body was left lying in the crater. His spine had been completely broken. Less than 10 seconds have passed since the start of the battle. In 10 seconds, Vatler, the closest vampires to a primogeniture, has been defeated. Ugh! Vatler opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. His pupils were dilated and his lips were slightly opened. In the air, 3 words filled with disbelief were spat out by him with difficulty. Impossible. Chapter 922. Impossible. The pain from his waist didn't cover up the shock in Vatler's heart. Lying in the hole full of cracks, he still hadn't realized that he had lost the battle. It's not like Vatler hasn't tried losing before. A few days ago, he lost to Wu Yan as well. He lost just as badly as he did this time. Back then, Wu Yan did summon vassal beasts that vampires rely on to survive. Vatler didn't feel dejected when he lost. In fact, he was very happy. He's confident in his own power, but compared to having someone to kill time with, he would much rather have someone to kill time with. But this time, Vatler could no longer maintain his composure. He had lost without even knowing why. Vatler allowed his broken ribs to slowly heal as he struggled to lift his head. He looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of him with a spear in hand. He asked in a hoarse voice, "That spear?" Wu Yan watched as Vatler's handsome face was ruined by the blood he spat out. Wu Yin looked down at him for a bit. He raised a red spear in his hand. It's called the Fantasy Killer. Fantasy Killer? That's right. That's right. Wu Yin caressed the spear and explained. As the name suggests, it's a killer that kills all illusions. It's a killer that can wipe out all illusions. It has the effect of erasing all abilities, such as superpowers and magic. Wu Yin looked at the stunned Vatler and smirked. Of course, that includes familiars made of magic. A superpower that can obliterate everything. Vatler stared at the spear in Wu Yan's hand. He laughed out loud in a mocking manner. He was so happy that he looked like a madman. Ha! So that's how it is. And here I thought that the Lion King organization's 7 assault demons subduing machine gun that is engraved with the divine spark vibration wave driving tactic is already the nemesis of us vampires. I never thought that there would be such a weapon in this world. Erase all abilities? Ha! The 5th true ancestor that appeared out of nowhere, and this divine weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Vatler coughed a few times and twisted his body. He did not care about his broken waist and forced himself to get up. He knelt on one knee and stared at Wu Yin with his crimson eyes. Who are you? Following Vatler's question, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. He glanced at Vatler, who was still recovering. Wu Yin snorted. Do you care? I thought you were happy as long as there was someone to play with? Huh. Vatler paused for a second, then forced an ugly smile. He laughed. You're right. My divine weapon, the Fantasy Killer, defeated me in one hit. Interesting, isn't it? You're the one who got careless, Wu Yin coldly said. If you didn't think too highly of yourself and underestimated the Fantasy Killer, you wouldn't have lost so quickly. Indeed, Vatler had lost so quickly because he didn't know what Fantasy Killer was capable of. His most powerful familiar had been destroyed in an instant, catching him off guard. If it happened again, even if Wu Yin used the Fantasy Killer, it wouldn't be easy to kill Vatler, who was 1 or 2 levels higher than him, in 10 seconds. Vatler snickered in response to Wu Yan's statement. He looked very ferocious. Who knows? But thanks to you, I've really enjoyed myself to the fullest this time. Vatler turned his head to look at the artificial island and smiled happily. Since I've had a lot of fun, you can have Nalacuvula, Wu Yin. As expected, compared to the incomplete 4th primogenitor, your blood is more worth devouring. With that, Vatler supported his body, which had yet to fully recover, and used the special ability of a vampire. He instantly turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot. Bam! A second after Vatler left, a muffled sound rang out and the area he was in collapsed. The ground was crushed into powder and the crater almost doubled in size. Tisk! Wu Yin put away Fantasy Killer and he confirmed that Vatler's aura is no longer here. He smacked his lips in annoyance and he tossed the spear away. Fantasy Killer returned to the gate of Babylon with a burst of crimson spatial ripples. Damn you, Vatler. You've wasted my time. I won't be so lucky next time. With that, Wu Yin looked at the man-made island that was still emitting black smoke. He turned around and disappeared from where he stood. Kaboom! A roar similar to an explosion reverberated throughout the artificial island, rolling up bursts of fire and exploding flames. Black smoke filled the air, and screams reverberated in the space. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Flying iron pieces scattered like raindrops, smashing into the bodies of the Special Administrative Region Garrison team members, causing many to be injured. Flames engulfed many areas of the battlefield. What's going on? As soon as he arrived here, the hellish scene that looked like it was bombarded by landmines came into his view. Wu Yin jumped in fright. Is the battle this intense? Just as Wu Yin finished his sentence, as if to answer his question, a delicate yet authoritative voice came from behind him. Before you even arrived, the battle had already escalated. Natsuki walked out of the void behind Wu Yin with a parasol in hand. She glared at him with a displeased look. Didn't I tell you to stay in school? Why are you still here? Why is this happening? Hearing Natsuki's words, Wu Yin knew that she's not blaming him for leaving the school without permission. She's just unhappy that he allowed her students to be abducted by the Black Death Emperor's men. Normally, Natsuki looked like she didn't care, but in reality, she loved her students very much. She was a classic example of a responsible, caring, hard-spoken, soft-hearted teacher. It's all Vatler's fault. Wu Yin bitterly laughed after he spat out those words. Besides, if you knew someone in the school could decipher Nalacuvala's method of control, why didn't you tell me so I could protect her? Natsuki said unhappily, I don't know much either. I just know a little bit. How can I explain it to you? Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Natsuki lifted her head and looked ahead. Enough talk, they're here. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice and a huge figure appeared from the thick black smoke in front of them. Amidst the mechanical sounds of rising and falling, a strangely shaped machine about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a black gold body and 6 mechanical legs, walked over clumsily. It was like a huge mechanical spider wrapped in armor. Its hemispherical head was buried in an oval body, and there were 2 tentacle-like hooks on its front end. The 6 legs covered in heavy mechanical armor moved forward. Along the way, the wreckage of the buildings and armored vehicles were crushed under its trampling. A dazzling red beam shot out from the center of its crystal-like head and swept across the front. It easily tore apart the ground of the artificial island covered in steel and caused a series of explosions. Unlike its clumsy body, the strange-looking 6-legged mechanical spider released a red beam of light at the speed of light. It swept across everything in front of it. Anything that was hit by the beam of light, such as the ground and armored vehicles, were easily cut apart like thin paper. Then, they were blown away together with the intense explosion of flames. Debris and metal shards flew everywhere. Such destructive power far exceeded the standard of normal weapons. It was even stronger than tanks and fighter jets. It was comparable to familiars. Chapter 923. That's Nalacuvara. Wu Yin asked Natsuki in a doubtful tone. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? Wu Yin asked Natsuki. Are you sure that's a weapon made in ancient times and not something made with advanced technology? What do you think ancient weapons are like? Do you think they're like unevolved apes holding stone tools? Natsuki tilted her head and looked at the mechanical spider, which was Nalacuvala. Before the human era, there's still many things that we can't understand. Let's not talk about its appearance. Just look at its power. Do you think it's something that can be made with modern technology? That's true. That's true. Wu Yin sighed. Then, he started doubting himself. But this isn't enough to call it a weapon that can kill a primogenitor and destroy countless civilizations, right? Do you think I haven't thought about this before? Natsuki's expression became slightly more serious. Nalacuvara's current power is indeed incomparable to the rumors. It feels like the rumors have been exaggerated. But I've already tested it, that piece of junk. It can learn from external attacks and evolve its own capabilities. It's immune to all previous attacks. Immune to all previous attacks? Wu Yin frowned. If that's all, it's fine. If we kill in one go, no matter how much it evolves, it's useless. Natsuki seemed to have a headache, but I didn't expect it to be able to transform the surrounding material elements after being damaged, thereby automatically repairing its own functions. Auto-repair? This time, Wu Yin finally took it seriously. Then if it's immune to all previous attacks. Natsuki nodded. She lowered her voice. Then it's an unbreakable weapon. It's a weapon that can get stronger as it fights. This. Wu Yin didn't know what to say. He shook his head. How troublesome. Not necessarily. Natsuki denied Wu Yan's claim out of the ordinary. She looked at Wu Yan's face with a meaningful look. Nalacuvara is troublesome, but shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with it. Doesn't either of your familiars have the ability to make it disappear completely? Wu Yin looked at Natsuki in surprise. Do you know what kind of ability my familiars have? Well, who knows? Natsuki turned her head away. She said in an irresponsible tone. He smiled and said, I have more or less guessed it. That's impressive. Wu Yin complimented. Natsuki only snorted. If that's the case, hurry up and take care of it. You really know how to order your juniors around. Wuyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he quickly smiled and looked at Nalakovara. A glint flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed. Natsuki said. Natsuki was stunned. Not only can it repair itself, but it can also nullify the damage it received once. Wu Yin licked his lips as if he was tempted. Nalakovara, huh? I'm a little interested too. What do you mean? Natsuki turned around to look at him. You want to? Well, Wu Yin didn't explain. He just smiled. You just need to stay here and watch. Wu Yin ignored Natsuki, who was looking at him with a confused expression, and teleported behind Nalakovara. Wu Yin looked at Nalakovara, who was destroying everything around it like a headless fly. He found it funny. Then he extended his hand towards Nalakovara. Clang! Just as Wu Yan's hand was about to touch Nalakovara's body, a wave of light flashed from Nalakovara's body. Wu Yan's hand stopped about 10 centimeters away from Nalakovara. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall. He couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand couldn't go any further. Wu Yan's hand stopped in mid-air about 10 centimeters away from Nalakovara. It's as if he got blocked by a thick wall. He couldn't advance any further. Is that a barrier? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Nalakovara took advantage of this moment to move its body. It changed its clumsy way of moving and moved its 6 limbs quickly and nimbly. It turned around and faced Wu Yan. Then, on its semicircular head, a red that seemed to act as an eye flashed and stared at Wu Yan. As if it had seen it, Nalakovara's pair of tentacle-like hooks suddenly flashed with red light. Not long after, 2 red light beams shot out from the tips of the hooks, brushing past the evaporated atmosphere and shooting straight towards Shi-Yin with a scorching heat. Oomph! Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the spot. The 2 red light beams pierced through the afterimage he left behind and swept towards the back without slowing down. Like a flame from a flamethrower, the intense heat plowed 2 charred trenches on the ground. They flashed into the distance and ended the attack with an explosion. Very troublesome indeed. Wu Yan was standing on Nalakovara's back. He looked at the ripples on the barrier under his feet and curled his lips. Looks like I have to deal with this barrier first. Before Wu Yan could finish his sentence, Nalakovara swung its body and flung him away. Wu Yan stopped in midair. He waved his hand, and a crimson ripple appeared in the air. A sword hilt emitting a scorching aura came out of the ripple and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Burn until nothing is left. Accompanied by this soft whisper that sounded like a call and also like a declaration, the flames of the red lotus roared and expanded from the blade of Nyandian Shana. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the entire sky above the artificial island was enveloped in a sea of fire. The blue sky turned into the color of a red lotus at dusk. Scorching air currents rolled wildly. Shortly after, the sea of fire suddenly shrank and swept towards the center like a whirlpool. Like a thundercloud formed by flames, a red lotus fire pillar shot down from the center of the whirlpool and shot towards Nalakovara like a thunderbolt. Bang! In an instant, the flames spread out in all directions like a ring. All the buildings collapsed in an instant, turning into broken rubble that was carried away by the flaming tornado and violently swept away. The artificial island was left in ruins. That idiot! Natsuki's figure flashed at the edge of the artificial island. She couldn't help but curse as she looked at the ruins that were burning in a sea of fire. He went overboard. No matter how much Natsuki grumbled, this artificial island will have to be rebuilt even if it doesn't sink. In a corner of the sea of fire, Nalakovara was like a moth that had jumped into a fire. He swung his huge body and kept struggling. The more he struggled, the weaker his strength became. It's not that it can't hold on any longer. It's just that it's starting to become immune to the red lotus flames. It won't be long before it won't feel any discomfort when moving through the red lotus flames. However, the barrier that had been guarding against external attacks had completely disappeared. Wu Yan grabbed Shana and moved to Nalakovara's side. He reached out his hand and placed it on Nalakover's body. Buzz! In the next second, an invisible wave came from Wu Yan's hand. On the back of his hand, a sword-shaped mark made of red dots appeared. A red light enveloped Nalakover's body. Then, the red light turned into red veins that covered Nalakover's body. Nalakuvala seemed to have sensed some danger. His body began to struggle violently. However, it didn't take long for his struggles to subside at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, he completely stopped moving and stood still on the spot. Wu Yan smiled when he saw this. Relic transformation. Done. Chapter 924. The large luxurious yacht, Osinus Grave, was currently pacing back and forth on the surface of the sea, not far from the artificial island at an extremely slow speed, as if it was patrolling and observing something. The front of the bow of the yacht was facing the artificial island that was emitting flames, constantly rising and falling. In the deepest part of the ocean grave is the cargo hold. The space that should be enough to fill a few trucks is now filled to the brim with machines covered in thick armor. Other than the empty space in front of the ship, there's only a gap the size of a person between the machines. One can imagine how big they are, and their appearance was even more unforgettable. They have 6 mechanical legs that look like giant nails, 2 tentacles that look like spiders, and red glowing eyes on their heads. The machines here are all Nalakoveras. However, from the looks of it, these Nalakoveras are still in hibernation. They haven't been activated. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were a total of 5 Nalakoveras here. Each of them was the same size as the one that was causing a ruckus outside. However, behind the 5 Nalakoveras in a row, deep in the depths of the forest, there was another Nalakovera. It seems like there is an even bigger monster placed there. Although it was covered in the same armor as the other Nalakovelas, it was a mechanical body that was covered in armor. However, this monster was twice the size of the other Nalakovelas. It had the same mechanical limbs, but its body was bigger. Its head was not placed at the front of the body. Instead, it was placed at the top of the body like a 3-pronged crown. On top of it, there was a long and slender gun barrel that looked like a launcher. If someone who doesn't know the situation were to see this, they would be shocked. They would be in for a shock. One Nalakuvala almost destroyed the artificial island. If it was allowed to enter Itagami City, the city would be destroyed as well. If there were 6 Nalakuvalas, plus the one that looked even more powerful, then it would be a total disaster. The warlord's domain, which is several times bigger than Itagami City, will be destroyed. When that happens, the Black Death Emperor faction will have achieved their goal. From this, the rumor of the Nalakoveras destroying countless civilizations isn't an exaggeration. As for whether or not they can kill the primogenitor, that remains to be seen. However, it doesn't matter to the Black Death Emperor faction. Compared to killing the first true ancestor, the true goal of the Black Death Emperor faction was to destroy the treaty of the Sacred Domain. And if the first true ancestor's territory, the warlord domain, were to be destroyed, if the first primogenitor's domain is destroyed, the Treaty of Sanctuary will be destroyed. The world will be engulfed in the flames of war. In other words, whether it was the Orc Doctrine or the Vampire Commander, these were only secondary issues. The Black Death Emperor faction only wanted to stir up a war. At least, that was the current Black Death Emperor faction. At the top of Nalakuvala's head, a man in military uniform stood there. His face was scarred, and his hair was almost white. He looked at the ancient weapon below with a burning gaze. Soon our war will begin. His hands clenched into fists behind his back. He stared at the largest Nalakovera. That's the center of all the Nalakoveras. It's the commander of the Nalakoveras. As long as he could sit inside and successfully control it, the rest of the Nalakovelas would obey the orders of the commander. Through this, he could control an entire Nalakuvala team. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the man in uniform picked up a communication device. How's the decoding of the command coming along? It won't be long before they're all done. A powerful voice came from the communication device. The man in military uniform couldn't help but smile evilly. What about the Nalakoveras outside? They were making a ruckus just now. The voice on the other side of the communicator seemed to be a little excited. It was obvious that he was also a militant. But now, the artificial island has been covered by a sea of fire. I can't see the situation inside. They should still be making a ruckus. Sea of fire? Contrary to the other party's excitement, the man's expression froze and he frowned. Why would a sea of fire appear? Well, we're a little far from there, so we can't see it clearly. Maybe some large flammable items were affected? Hearing the other party's words, the man in military uniform didn't seem relieved at all. Instead, his brows were tightly knitted together as a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. No, something is not right. Following the ominous premonition in his heart, the man in the military uniform said to the communicator, "You guys go to the artificial island and check out the situation." As soon as the man in the military uniform said that, a mocking voice was suddenly heard from below. "Don't bother." "Who is it?" The man in the military uniform narrowed his eyes and looked down. On the open space in front of the Nalakuvalas, who were lined up in a row, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was looking up at him with a pair of wine-red eyes that contained a smile. A faint smile hung on his face, causing the man in the military uniform to feel a chill in his heart. When did this person get here? He didn't notice at all. "So you're Christopher? You're Gardosius, right?" The man in the military uniform, Christopher Gardosius, looked shocked. Wu Yin grinned when he saw how shocked Gardos was. "I can't believe you hid so well. It took me a lot of time to find you." Gardosius regained his composure, and his expression gradually returned to normal. "Who are you?" "Attack officer." Wu Yin stopped smiling and shrugged. "Although I'm only an apprentice, I see." Gardosius raised his eyebrows. "You found this place?" "I didn't expect an attack officer from Itagami Island to violate the treaty and trespass on a legally protected ship." "You can sue me," Wu Yin said. "I don't mind. That won't do." Gardos sneered as he grabbed a military dagger from his back and roared loudly. "Because we're terrorists." As he roared, Gardonio's body began to swell, as if something was drilling out of his body. In just a moment, his whole body was covered in fur, and his slightly aged head turned into a ferocious beast's head. "Huh!" With a loud shout, Gardos leaped up like a bullet and arrived in front of Wu Yan. He swung his military dagger towards Wu Yan's head with bulging veins on his arm. He's going for the kill. However, Wu Yan kept a smile on his face. He leaned to the side, and Gardosius's dagger grazed his shoulder with a sonic boom. "You're pretty strong. You're pretty fast, too. You're pretty good with your dagger, too," as expected of a soldier from the War King's domain. Wu Yan danced around like he was dancing. He placed his hand on Gardo's shoulder, and Gardo's hair stood on end. "Too bad you're only peak tier 7, not tier 8. You're still too early to be my opponent." "What's peak tier 7? Before Gardosius could finish his question, a series of crackling electric sounds entered his ears. Then, a violent blue and white electric light filled his entire vision and flashed on his body. "Ah!" Along with the sound of electricity, Gardos howled in pain. When the electric light dimmed, his whole body was charred black. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Wu Yin clapped his hands and pursed his lips. "I thought the beastman's body could hold on for a while longer. How fragile." He turned around and looked at the 5 Nalakuvalas and the commander. Wu Yin giggled. "Well, but I'll accept your results without hesitation." Chapter 925. On the artificial island, a lot of special region guards were busy working there. They're trying to extinguish the sea of fire. The fully armed guards have turned into firefighters. They're carrying heavy hoses and bottles of fire extinguishers. With the help of the surrounding fire trucks, they're approaching the center of the sea of fire. They're trying to put out the flames on the artificial island. The size of the artificial island may not be as big as Itagami Island, but it's not small either. It wouldn't be easy to extinguish all the fire here. Of course, compared to the previous life and death battle, although the work of extinguishing the fire was much heavier and more tiring, it was a lot easier for them. After all, there would not be any danger. It was believed that compared to a life and death battle, No one would dislike this tiring and heavy work. Bang! Wu Yin tossed Gardos to the ground. He turned to Natsuki and asked, "What should we do with this guy?" Gardos was a terrorist from Battle Monarch's domain and the current leader of Black Death Emperor faction. Black Death Emperor faction was quite famous in Battle Monarch's domain. Of course, the people of Battle Monarch's domain wouldn't let Itagami City deal with such a serious criminal. Natsuki sighed and said helplessly, "Lock him up for now. No matter what, he has caused us a lot of trouble." Wu Yin nodded nonchalantly. This old man has nothing to do with him. How he deals with him is none of his business. Who cares if he lives or dies? Natsuki raised her head when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression. "By the way, where is Nalacuvula?" "Who knows?" Wu Yan waved his hand and pointed at the sea of fire. "Maybe he turned into ashes." "Oh." Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan as if she could see through his thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shrugged in a calm manner. At the very least, if you can't hear his thumping heart, he would look like he's at peace with the situation. "Oomph." Natsuki waved the fan in her hand and turned around. "Since he turned into ashes, it's best if we don't let him appear again. Otherwise, the people in Itagami Island won't want to be left out. They will be tempted to make a move." Wu Yin grinned, and he turned around as well. He and Natsuki had their backs to each other, and neither of them said anything. Wu Yin knows that many ambitious people will be tempted by a weapon that can destroy countless civilizations. If it wasn't for the fact that Nalacuvula's control method couldn't be deciphered, a lot of people would have gotten involved, including Itagami Island's higher-ups. Now, the Black Death Emperor sect had openly used Nalacuvula once. Those who have designs on this ancient weapon should take action. If Nalacuvula is discovered by the city's security forces, Itagami Island will become the center of conflict. From this perspective, Nalacuvula being turned into a noble phantasm and became Wu Yan's noble phantasm. It's a good thing for both Wu Yan and the others. After all, any weapon he turned into a noble phantasm can't escape his control. Even if he doesn't know how to control Nalacuvula, they will still obey his orders. In other words, Wu Yan has basically turned himself into a commander. He just has to be careful not to use them carelessly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Far away from the artificial island, there's a building with a wide view. On the rooftop, Vatler looked at the artificial island that was engulfed in flames and his yacht that was drifting on the surface of the sea like a headless fly. He couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. "Looks like they had a lot of fun. If only I could join them." Vatler muttered to himself. He smiled and turned his head away. "Well, I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content. There's nothing to regret." Vatler's voice got softer and softer. He pulled his gaze away from the horizon, because behind him, there was a young girl whose face was covered by a pair of glasses. Her expression was completely unclear, and the light reflected off her glasses. She slowly walked over, and she was wearing a uniform, Saikai Academy's student uniform. Vatler didn't even turn his head, as if he already knew the girl's identity, and said it without hesitation. "Silence Destroyer, huh? Or is it better to call you the Lion King organization's third saint?" Just as Vatler had said, this girl in the Rainbow Sea Academy uniform was one of the 3 highest decision-makers in the Lion King organization. She was one of the so-called 3 saints. In fact, the reason why Yakaina came to Itagami Island was because of this young girl. However, Yakaina probably didn't know that one of her superiors was hiding in her school. Hearing Vatler's words of admiration and mockery, the girl's face under her spectacles changed, but her tone didn't change at all. "As long as you like it." She glanced at Vatler's tattered clothes and continued. "But you seem to have done a lot of things that others don't know about." "It's interesting." Vatler smiled foolishly. He finally looked at the girl. "Is that so?" The girl paused for a moment before handing a document to Vatler. "This is a document from Warlord's domain." Vatler raised an eyebrow and took the document from the young lady's hand. Before he could open it, the silent young lady spoke again. "I have a question." Vatler's hands paused for a moment before he nodded as if nothing had happened. He gestured for the girl to continue. The young girl asked after a moment of silence as usual. Is the Black Death faction's operation under the orders of that Great One? As the words that Lord came out from the young lady's mouth, the atmosphere of the scene changed. Even the young lady's emotionless tone seemed to have lowered a little. For a moment, it actually caused the air to become somewhat cold. However, Vatler's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. Even his tone did not change. The commotion this time was caused by my personal interest. Vatler added with an indecipherable smile. Let's just treat it like that for now. The girl lowered her head. Then, let's change the question. The young lady's gaze landed on Vatler's body, as if she was sizing him up. To be more precise, she was looking at his new body. His skin was smooth and clean, and his clothes were nowhere to be seen. Her wide spectacles glinted with a bright light. What kind of person is able to make you like this? She had no choice but to ask this question. She knew what kind of person Vatler was. To put it simply, he was a very dangerous person. There were only 4 primogenitors in the world. They were the strongest beings in the world. The 4th primogenitor wasn't fully awakened, but that didn't lower her evaluation of the primogenitors. Disregarding the 4th true ancestor who had yet to fully awaken and the other 3 powerful true ancestors, Vatler, who always had a harmless smile on his face, was the most powerful vampire in the entire world. If he went all out, the gap between him and the other 3 primogenitors wasn't the same as the other vampires. That's why he was called the vampire closest to a primogenitor. There was no doubt that Vatler's strength was at the forefront of this world. Even so, he had appeared in front of him in such a state. If this was the result of a battle, then what kind of person could have caused Vatler to become like this? The girl had to ask. Vatler paused for a moment and smiled. It was a smile that had never appeared since the girl appeared. It was a smile that was completely different from her previous casual smile. It was a sincere smile. An interesting person. An interesting person? Yes. Vatler stopped looking at the document in his hand. He turned around and looked at the burning artificial island. An interesting person. The girl followed Vatler's actions and looked at the burning artificial island. After a long time, she lowered her head and remained silent. Chapter 926. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area. Nighttime. She was holding a bowl in her hand, and there was a platter of freshly cooked dishes on the table. However, Nagisa remained in the same posture as she held the bowl. She didn't touch her chopsticks, and she sat there in a daze. It was as if her soul had left her body, and her mind was filled with thoughts. She was completely devoid of her usual lively and adorable self. Gu-chung didn't stop eating, but his tired eyes never left Nagisa. Seeing his sister in such a bad mood, he was puzzled. This was the first time he saw her like this. Since the day he had Nagisa as a sister, Nagisa had always been a lively, cheerful, talkative, and cute little sister. Whether it was before or now, Nagisa had never behaved so strangely. In the past, Nagisa always had a smile on her face. Unlike now, this wasn't like her at all. Nagisa, what's wrong? Gu-chung stopped eating. He looked at the dazed Nagisa and asked worriedly, Nagisa, what's wrong? Nagisa was still in a daze. She didn't hear Gu-chung at all. Nagisa, Nagisa. Gu-chung frowned and waved his hand in front of Nagisa's face. He raised his voice. Nagisa. Nagisa was startled by Gu-cheng's sudden raise of his voice. She came back to her senses and saw Gu-cheng's worried expression. Nagisa quickly regained her smile. What's wrong, Gu-chung? Huh? I should be the one asking that question. Gu-chung grew more and more worried after seeing Nagisa's reaction. What's wrong, Nagisa? You don't look energetic. And no, of course not. Nagisa forced an unnatural smile under Gu-cheng's aggressive gaze. She turned her gaze away. This time, no matter how low Gu-cheng's EQ was, he was certain that Nagisa had something on her mind. Nagisa. Gu-cheng put down his chopsticks. He met Sasa's vision seriously. If there's anything, you can talk to me. Nagisa nodded. Nagisa hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. No, it's really nothing. Really? Gu-chung was doubtful. It's true. Seeing Gu Cheng's doubtful expression, Yi Zichen said. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and knocked on the plate in front of her. All right, let's eat. Nagisa did not give Gu Cheng a chance to speak. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating quickly. Gu Cheng stared at her with worry in his eyes. That's the gist of it. In Yukina's house, Koju knelt down and told Kotori and Yakina what happened last night. Kotori and Yakina looked at each other after hearing Koju's story. You're right, Nisa-chan has been a little different lately. Yakina pondered for a moment before continuing. She's not as cheerful and talkative as she used to be. Sometimes she even gets distracted in class and doesn't realize that she's almost walking into a wall when she's walking. There was one time when she almost got hit by a car when she didn't look at the road. I have the same feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes. She grabbed the pearl in her mouth and didn't put it in her mouth. Nagisa seems to have something on her mind. Is that so? Did you notice it? Gucheng nodded his head in frustration. This has been going on for a few days now. She doesn't look any different from before, but she's always spacing out for no reason. She doesn't even have the energy to eat. This isn't like her at all. There must be something wrong with Nagisa, but she doesn't seem to want to be honest with me at all. Gu Cheng prostrated himself on the ground. That's why I'm begging you. Goku, Yakina. With a pleading expression, Gu Cheng said pitifully, please help me talk to Nagisa. You're both girls and good friends. Nagisa should be willing to share her troubles with you. Please help me. Kotori and Yakina sighed. Kotori and Yakina smiled bitterly. Senpai, don't worry. Yakina said, I'm also worried about Nagisa-chan. I'll help you. Well, Kotori bit her lollipop and waved her hand. Let's try asking Nagisa and see if we can get anything out of her. Thank you so much. Gu Cheng was so moved that he cried out. As he was too emotional, he knocked his head hard against the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Kotori and Yakina couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. That night, Kotori and Yakina called Nagisa to Yukina's home. Yukina's expression was tense. Her back was straight and her face was stern. She gave off a strange feeling of oppression. Kotori was much more casual, but her eyes were locked on Nagisa. Nagisa was intimidated by their auras, so she shrank back a little. Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan. Nagisa raised her hand weakly. Why are you looking for me? Kotori glanced at Nagisa before exchanging a glance with Yakina. She was the first to speak. Nagisa, you seem a bit off lately. Nagisa was surprised, but she waved her hand. Oh, what's wrong with me? Nagisa is still the same as before. Nagisa-chan, you can't be like this. Yakina moved her head closer to Nagisa. We're friends. You can't lie to a friend. Nagisa opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but when she saw how serious Yakina was, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Nagisa glanced at Kotori and pursed her lips. She lowered her head like a child who did something wrong. I'm sorry, Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan. Kotori and Yakina breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Nagisa lowering her head and apologizing. They finally smiled. Nagisa-chan. Yakina held Nagisa's hand and asked gently, what's troubling you? Tell us, we'll help you. This. Nagisa's eyes flashed with a trace of distress. She looked at Kotori, who was also looking at her. A small teardrop appeared at the corner of her eye. Kotori and Yakina didn't say anything either. They stared at Nagisa, waiting for her to speak. Nagisa clenched her teeth. Their reaction made her suppress her worries for a long time come back to her. Kotori-chan. Nagisa turned to face Kotori and closed her eyes as if she had made up her mind. Then, she started sobbing, her voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry. Kotori froze. She asked in confusion. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Kotori-chan. Nagisa pouted. She looked sad. Nagisa wronged Kotori-chan. Something wrong. Kotori was stunned. Nagisa didn't look like she was faking it. She frowned. What happened? Nagisa flinched and bit her lips in fear. Yakina, who was holding her hand, could feel Nagisa's trembling hand. Yakina tightened her grip on Nagisa's hand as if to give her courage. She looked at her with an encouraging smile on her face. Feeling the warmth from Yukina's hand, Nagisa's courage increased. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to throw caution to the wind and yelled out loud. I kiss Sensei. 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 In the hall, Nagisa's venting voice reverberated clearly in the hall. Kotori and Yukina heard it. The two girls' pupils dilated and their expressions changed drastically. In the end, they became sluggish. Chapter 927. The air froze. Kotori and Yukina fell silent as they stared at Nagisa, who just finished her speech with her eyes closed. She didn't even dare to look them in the eye. Nagisa-chan. Yukina carefully lifted her head and forced a smile. What you said just now, if I didn't hear wrongly, should be kissing the teacher, right? Yes. Nagisa didn't bother to hide her voice as if she had given up on herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she shouted. Her voice was loud enough to shake the entire hall. Didn't the school get attacked by beastmen a few days ago? Nagisa was scared and didn't escape with Yukina-chan in time. That's when we saw the two beastmen. Nagisa lowered her head and blushed as she recalled the events of the past. Nagisa, I was scared, very scared. To calm me down, Sensei kissed me. Nagisa raised her head and clasped her hands together. Kotori-chan, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Nagisa didn't do it on purpose. Yukina didn't know what to do. She looked at Kotori and Nagisa, but she didn't know what to say. She sat down in a corner and panicked. Kiss. She kissed her sensei? This is a huge blow to the innocent Yukina. Kotori, on the other hand, she looked at Nagisa blankly for a while before chuckling awkwardly. She whispered, So you're saying, Nagisa, you've been acting strangely these past few days because you kissed Onii-chan? You feel sorry for me so. MHM. Nagisa nodded anxiously. She sneaked a glance at Kotori, waiting for her to scold her. She was prepared to ruin her relationship with Kotori. However, Kotori's reaction stunned her. Kotori's face flushed red. Her shoulders trembled, and her petite body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this scene, Kotori's eyes widened. Nagisa and Yukina thought Kotori was angry. Nagisa closed her eyes again, but what they saw was... Unable to hold back, Kotori finally raised her head. He burst out laughing. Kotori held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out her eyes. That's the reason? Nagisa and Yukina were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and their eyes became blank. They had expected Kotori to be furious. He had expected Kotori to break off their friendship, but he never expected it. In the end, all he got was a burst of laughter. What was going on? Could it be that he was so angry that he lost his mind? Nagisa and Yukina's confusion turned into nervousness. Nagisa rushed to Kotori's side and grabbed her hand. Kotori-chan, it's all my fault. You can do whatever you want of me, but please don't be like this. What are you thinking? The smart Kotori naturally sensed their thoughts. She rolled her eyes at them, but the smile in her eyes lingered for a long time. Nagisa, you're so cute. Kotori gave a comment that confused Nagisa and Yukina. Kotori-chan, aren't you angry? Nagisa shrunk her head and emphasized. I kissed Sensei lips to lips. That doesn't count, right? Yukina smiled awkwardly as if she was trying to smooth things over. Sensei only wanted Nagisa-chan to calm down, so he had no choice but to do it. All right, you two. Don't look like you're afraid I'll get angry. Kotori's expression relaxed. She opened a treasure casually. Just because of a kiss, you've been acting so strangely lately. Nagisa, you're really cute. It's just a kiss. Nagisa blinked. She didn't know how she should react now. Oh, it's just a kiss. Logically speaking, it's normal to be angry when the person you like kissed another girl, right? Nagisa witnessed the relationship between Kotori and Wu Yen. They're not just normal siblings, they're lovers. Not only was Kotori not angry, she even said it was just a kiss. Nagisa had never been in a relationship before, so she wasn't sure what was going on with Kotori. Nagisa didn't know that Kotori's so-called lover had done it countless times, let alone kissing other girls. And it wasn't just one girl either. If Kotori would get angry just because he kissed another girl, she would have been pissed to death. Kotori's red eyes turned, and she smiled devilishly. Then, Nagisa, do you like my brother? Huh? Nagisa was shocked. Yakina was also shocked. The two looked at Kotori in disbelief. It took a while for Nagisa to react. She waved her hands frantically. And no, don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Kotori interrupted Nagisa with a mischievous grin. Yakina already said that friends shouldn't lie. If you lie to me, I'll really get angry. Nagisa was taken aback for a moment before she finally calmed down. She rubbed her hands together and pondered for a moment before shaking her head and giving an answer. I don't know either. Nagisa didn't know how to feel about this. Originally, she had a phobia of demons. Although she didn't hate demons, it was impossible for her to get along with them peacefully. The first time she met Wu Yan, Nagisa showed her fear of demons. At that time, she was only afraid of Wu Yan. When Wu Yan became her teacher and showed a humorous and gentle personality, Nagisa became curious about him. Coupled with Wu Yan's heaven-defying cooking skills and the time they spent together, Nagisa gradually accepted Wu Yan. She finally let go of her fear and accepted him. But that's all. That day, when the Black Death Emperor faction attacked, Wu Yan used extreme methods to force Nagisa to calm down. Nagisa's pure curiosity and acceptance were messed up. Nagisa didn't know how she should face Wu Yan. She didn't know what kind of emotions she should be feeling. Kotori narrowed her eyes into crescents and spoke. Her words shocked Nagisa and Yakina. So that's how it is. Nagisa, why don't you a big brother? Wah! Nagisa was stunned. Woo sensei. Yakina was confused. No matter what, he's your first kiss, right? Kotori said. Since you don't know how you feel about big brother, why don't you try? Maybe you'll get an answer? But, Kotori-chan. Nagisa stuttered. Sensei, isn't he your lover? It doesn't matter. Kotori said. I don't mind. Kotori didn't scare Nagisa to death. Nagisa widened her eyes. But he's my sensei, Nagisa. Kotori looked at him as if she expected better from him. He's a vampire. His life is endless. Do you need to care about age and identity? We're just teacher and student. We're siblings. Kotori put her hands on Nagisa's shoulders and smiled. So Nagisa, don't worry and go after him. Don't worry. Kotori's eyes lit up as if she's back in Ratatoskr. I'll help you. Nagisa's mouth opened wide. Her mind went blank when she saw how eager Kotori was to make her love rival. She didn't even know how she got home. As for Yakina, her worldview was destroyed when she saw the ridiculous scene. Her head almost exploded. She remained in a daze until the sun went down. Chapter 928. Huh? Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the document in his hand. Apprentice? Become an attack mage? Why are you so surprised? Natsuki raised her head as if blaming him for making a fuss over nothing. Don't you want to be an attack mage? No, that's not it. Wu Yan shook his head out of reflex. When he came back to his senses, he became confused. Then why would they want to make me an attack mage for no reason? It's not for no reason. Natsuki knocked on the table with her fan and said calmly, Your performance in the Black Death Emperor faction incident has been reported to the higher-ups, including your success in stopping Nalakuvala's attack and arresting Kristoff. Galdonius, the higher-ups of Itagami Island have decided to make you an official member. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are officially an attack mage officer. As soon as Natsuki's voice fell. Ding! Mission 1 completed. Obtained 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Character: Wu Yan equipment points, 7, 170 item points, 1265000 ability points, 6000 summoning points, 7, 300 level, 80. The system notification rang in the depths of Wu Yan's mind, informing him of the situation. Everything he had seen and heard was real. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Yan smiled as he scanned the document. I thought I almost burned down the entire artificial island. I thought I would be punished more than rewarded. You didn't just almost. You burned down the entire artificial island. Natsuki splashed a bucket of cold water on him and snorted. The higher-ups put all the blame on the Black Death Emperor faction for the loss of the artificial island, and as the commander of the Black Death Emperor faction, as for the compensation, Gardos took away. The Battle King's domain has already paid for the loss of the artificial island. How could those guys above still push the blame to you? That's realistic. Wu Yin was speechless. He looked at Natsuki. Now that I'm an attack mage, what about the real assignment? What? Do you hate staying here? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Natsuki's voice. A dangerous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is it hard for you to be a teacher? Of course not. Wu Yin shook his head and laughed sheepishly. It's just that I have to ask. It's a job after all. Natsuki turned her head away, picked up the cup on the table, and drank the black tea. Even though you're an attack mage, you're still assigned to Saikai Academy. If you're dissatisfied, you can talk to the higher-ups. It's not that I'm dissatisfied. Wu Yin scratched his face and shrugged. It's my first time being an attack mage. Don't look at me. My grades were terrible when I was a student. Now that you're asking me to do it, it doesn't feel real. Is that so? Natsuki. A smile appeared on her face. But why did I hear that the liberal arts teacher of the 3rd grade C class in the middle school is very popular? That's because those kids are greedy and playful. Wu Yin laughed as he scolded her. I'm the one who brought them food and got along well with them. That's why I became like this. Wu Yin looked at Natsuki and he flashed her a grin that made Natsuki feel disgusted. If you go and play with your students, I believe that by tomorrow, the most popular person in the entire Kaihai Academy will be you. Natsuki's face twitched as she glared at Wu Yin. She looked like she was going to spit fire at him. Natsuki, of course, knew what Wu Yin meant by that. With her figure and looks, if she were to hang out with a bunch of students, she would be treated like a mascot. It's not like she wouldn't be welcomed. Even though Natsuki doesn't want to admit it, she knows herself very well. If she were to use one word to describe her image, it would be cute. Natsuki, who thinks of herself as a dignified person, can't be happy about it. Under Natsuki's oppressive gaze, Wu Yin couldn't help but take a step back. He laughed awkwardly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Nayu snorted coldly and continued to enjoy her black tea. She's surprisingly childish. Wu Yin couldn't bring himself to say it. He pursed his lips helplessly and sank his consciousness into the depths of his soul. Instance World, Bloodlust Rampage Instance World Mission. Redemption Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City. Completed. Mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel. Kanace Natsuki Mission reward. 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Locked. A fake angel? Kanace Natsuki? Who's that? Wu Yin's consciousness went blank for a moment. He closed his eyes and tried to recall the last bits of information he had about the manga. But in the end, there was no result. Wu Yin didn't remember much about the manga. Wu Yin sighed and shook his head. He looked at Natsuki and hesitated for a moment. Natsuki. Do you know the name Kanace Natsuki? Natsuki stopped drinking her tea, and she looked at Wu Yin with a confused look. Why are you asking? Nothing. Wu Yin came up with a lie that even he didn't believe. Seeing the look of disbelief on Natsuki's face, he had no choice but to explain. I just heard about it. Why? You don't know her? Natsuki didn't answer. She looked at Wu Yin with a pensive expression as if she's trying to figure something out. After a while, she said something. You have so many secrets that I can't help but want to find out more about you. Wu Yin blinked his eyes, and he said the same thing. You mean you want to know more about me? Who wants to know more about you? Natsuki's thoughtful expression instantly collapsed. She had a confused look on her face. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Well, isn't that normal? Wu Yin crossed his arms in front of his chest like it was a given. Aren't you already 26 years old? It's understandable that you would be interested in men. A cross appeared on Natsuki's forehead. It moved along with her eyebrows. Wu Yin didn't see it. He was still talking to himself. Most girls at 26 years old have at least one or two boyfriends, right? But not Suki. I don't think it's possible for you to have a boyfriend. Slap, slap, slap. More and more crosses appeared on Natsuki's face. Natsuki's delicate face twisted slightly. No matter what, even if you look like a child, you still have to have a boyfriend. Otherwise, people will treat you like a child. Pa pa pa. Sounds rang out, and Nayu's forehead was filled with crosses. But with your current appearance, many people will treat you like a child. Is it because of this that you can't have a boyfriend? Hey, don't tell me you really can't get a boyfriend? Nayu lowered her head, and her bangs covered her face. Then, a gloomy voice escaped from her lips. Are you done? Ugh. Wu Yin finally looked at Natsuki. He sensed danger when he saw her blindfolded face. His tone turned cautious. Natsuki. As if replying to Wu Yin, Natsuki raised her head. Her expression was gloomy. She swung her fan at Wu Yan's mouth. Is this the mouth that keeps saying you have a boyfriend? Wah! Wu Yin shrieked as he dodged the incoming fan. Before he could take a breather, though, a cup of black tea with a temperature of over 90 degrees came crashing down on his head. Wu Yin flinched, and he used space shift to disappear from where he stood. Natsuki bitterly curled her lips and turned around. After a long time, a sad sentence echoed throughout the office. Boyfriend? How could I have a boyfriend? Chapter 929. Sigh. Wu Yin sighed on his way to the middle school classroom. I wanted to ask her about it, but I got carried away after completing the mission. Natsuki is probably still mad. Wu Yin shook his head and patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Forget it. I just completed the first mission. Why should I be in such a rush? I'll ask around later. With that thought in mind, Wu Yin's mood improved, and he quickened his pace. Wu Yin didn't notice that in a corner not far behind him, a few figures poked their heads out from behind a wall and looked in his direction. Good, I wasn't discovered. Kotori nodded as she watched Wu Yin walk away. She's wearing Saikai Academy's junior high school uniform. She's wearing this uniform so that she can sneak into Saikai Academy. It's not impossible for an outsider like her to sneak in, but it's a little troublesome. That's why Kotori borrowed Nagisa's uniform. She's about the same size as Nagisa, so she does look like a student wearing it. Speaking of which, Kotori was only 15 years old. In her own world, she was just a middle school student. Even though she was the commander of Ratatosker, she still had to study. After all, her sister Shirori didn't know Kotori's true identity. If she said she didn't want to go to school, she would probably. Shirori even had the urge to hit her. Are you ready? Kotori turned around and looked at Nagisa. Let's start if you're ready. Wait. Nagisa yelled in panic. She twisted her body uneasily and blushed. Is this really okay? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Kotori puffed up her chest with confidence. I used to do this kind of thing. Do this kind of thing? Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Nothing. It's nothing, don't mind it. Kotori waved her hand and pulled Nagisa out of the classroom. Don't worry and go. I'll be here to support you. Nagisa swallowed her saliva involuntarily. Her small face was filled with nervousness, so much so that even her footsteps seemed weak when she walked out of the corner. There was no way she wouldn't be nervous. Nagisa's personality was lively and cheerful. Other than the demons, she liked to make friends with everyone, no matter who it was. Nagisa was also good at interacting with others. But this time was different. This time, Nagisa was using the name of courtship to interact with others. No matter how cheerful she is, Nagisa is only 14 or 15 years old. She has feelings for love, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Even for her, at this moment, her heart was beating several times faster than before. Even though Kotori was the one who instigated her to do so. Don't be nervous. You'll lose half the battle if you're nervous. Kotori said, as if she's experienced. He said, just act like how you usually do. Walk over and greet him openly. Then give him the things openly. It's okay. We're here to watch, right? Kotori's last sentence was directed at Yukina, who couldn't get a word in. Why, yes. Yukina's face was stiff as she nodded awkwardly. Her face was red. It was the first time Yukina encountered something like this. Even if she wasn't the one trying to woo the guy, she was still embarrassed. Yukina still couldn't get over it. She looked at Kotori and asked with a bitter smile, "But is this really okay?" Yukina couldn't understand. That's the guy she likes, right? He's also her lover, right? But why would Kotori ask another girl to woo her lover? Yukina couldn't understand the meaning behind this action, and judging from Kotori's expression, it seemed like she understood it quite well. This made Yukina's heart feel like it was floating and all kinds of surreal. Does Kotori often help others woo their other halves? Yukina's guess is half correct. As the commander of Ratatoskr, Kotori has done a lot of things to help others get the opposite sex. Otherwise, Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi wouldn't have ended up in Wu Yan's arms. What's the point of saying this now? Kotori glanced at Nagisa and Yukina with a decisive expression. Since we've come this far, we have to keep going. That's true. You're right. Nagisa and Yukina both had a conflicted expression. But why do I feel like something's wrong? All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. He's almost gone. Kotori impatiently waved the jewel in her hand and revealed a malicious expression in her commander mode. Then, she pushed Nagisa out of the corner without giving her any chance to protest. Let us begin, Caesar, our date of war. Nagisa was caught off guard and was pushed out of the room. Kotori grabbed Yukina and ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Nagisa opened her mouth wide and shouted in shock. Didn't you say you were going to support me? Why did you run away? What support? What do you mean run away? At this moment, a confused voice came from behind her, causing her to freeze. What's wrong? Nagisa? Wu Yin blinked when he saw Nagisa's frozen expression. Why are you screaming and yelling? Could it be that some perverted high school student who attacked middle school students is chasing you? This is the attack mage teacher who attacked his own sister, as well as a middle school student. Nagisa dryly laughed. She shook her head like a rattle drum. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her heartbeat sped up. Nagisa hasn't been alone with Wu Yan since the day she kissed Wu Yan. Nagisa had the urge to run away whenever she thought of that day. Now, the same urge appeared in her heart again. On the contrary, Wu Yan had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already forgotten about the events of that day. He looked like one of those heartless bastards who had taken advantage of him and then left. He turned around. It's about time to go to class. Let's go. Nagisa panicked when she heard Wu Yan's words. She subconsciously called out to him. Wait. Wu Yan stopped and turned around. What? Is there a problem? Nagisa forced a smile. She looked around nervously and glanced at Wu Yan. In the end, she gave up. Let's do as Kotori-chan says. Sensei. Nagisa raised her head and mustered her last bit of courage. I have something to give you. Something to give me. Wu Yan paused for a second. What is it? Nagisa gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she raised her hand that had been hiding behind her back. There was a box in her hand. A lunchbox. Nagisa made this herself. Nagisa yelled with her eyes closed as if she was trying to hide her nervousness. Sensei, try it. You made it yourself? Wu Yan looked at Nagisa in surprise. He chuckled. How rare. I didn't expect you to give me a lunchbox. Wu Yan took the lunchbox from Nagisa's hand and shook his head. I thought you only came here to freeload. What? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks and looked at Wu Yan angrily. When she saw Wu Yan smile, she panicked and looked away. This is a normal thank you gift. Oh, you're surprisingly polite. Wu Yan touched the still warm lunchbox and waved Nagisa over. Let's go back to the classroom. It's time for lunch. Those brats should be eating already. Let's go join in the fun. Oh, okay. Nagisa nodded in a daze, but she quickly recalled Kotori's instructions. She didn't hesitate to repeat what Kotori taught her. Sensei, let me feed you later. Chapter 9:30. Nagisa's face was completely red as she picked up a piece of meat from the lunchbox. Her hand trembled as she held the chopsticks, but she still sent it out. Her movements were very stiff, and it was obvious that she had never done such a thing before. Teacher, stare. Wu Yin sat at a desk and watched as Nagisa's voice was like a mosquito's. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, it's not because he's not used to girls feeding him. There's still some gentle girls around him. Although he doesn't get to enjoy this kind of treatment a lot, it's not a small amount either. A mere feeding is not something that would make him sweat profusely or make him lose his composure. It was the gazes of the students around him. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Feeling the strange gazes coming from all around him, he grumbled in his heart. Why did things turn out like this? What was this Nagisha thinking? Teacher. Nagisa was embarrassed and disappointed that Wu Yin hadn't done anything in a while. You don't like Nagisa's lunchbox? No. Wu Yin shook his head and refuted. He didn't know what Nagisa was up to, but anyone who wasn't an idiot knew how to respond. Then, teacher, why aren't you eating? Nagisa asked aggressively. She seemed to be getting into the mood. However, if she could pay attention to the gazes around her, Wu Yin would be happier. Wu Yin had no choice but to open his mouth. He put the piece of meat in his mouth. The next moment, in the classroom of Grade 3 Class C, there was a burst of exclamations and commotion. He ate it. Teacher ate it. Are you for real? Nagisa and teacher, no way, why? Whispers filled with disbelief echoed in the classroom, followed by gazes as if they had seen a ghost. It was very obvious that the scene before their eyes had already caused quite a number of students to be in a mess. He really did it. Is teacher and Nagisa in that kind of relationship? No way. A teacher-student relationship. Katsuki-san, you're so brave. Nagisa, you're amazing, we support you. Nagisa was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She didn't think she would be embarrassed like this one day. The chopsticks in her hand seemed to have become incomparably heavy, causing her movements to slow down several times. The blush on her face grew bigger, and her cheeks were burning hot. In the end, Nagisa couldn't hold back her shyness and cast a pleading gaze towards the classroom door. There, Kotori and Yakina were hiding behind the door. Kotori waved the jewel in her hand when she saw Nagisa looking at her. She wanted Nagisa to continue. As for Yakina, she couldn't bear to watch this scene. Her best friend was having an affair with her teacher, and her teacher's lover was her best friend who was standing beside her. But now, she was encouraging her best friend to go after her lover. It's too absurd, so absurd that Yakina couldn't wrap her head around it. However, the way Yakina looked at Wu Yin is changing. If Koju was here, he would have noticed it. Yakina always looked at him with that kind of gaze. It's like she's looking at a perverted person. Wu Yin's image in Yakina's mind was slowly being replaced by Koju. Even Yakina knows that Wu Yin is a victim here. Seeing that her two good friends had no intention of saving her, Nagisa was on the verge of tears. She could only force a smile and continue to pick up the food in the lunchbox. Her ruby-like eyes flickered continuously. In the end, she hardened her heart and began another round of feeding Nagisa. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but he decided against it. He sighed and decided to go all out. He focused on enjoying Nagisa's service. The entire class C was eerily silent. Each and every student stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Some of them were even faintly excited. They felt that everything they were seeing now was too exciting. Not long after, some of the students had already taken out their phones from their pockets and started taking pictures silently. After a strange silence, the classroom was filled with the sound of click, click, click. They didn't even turn off the flashes as they took pictures openly. Both Wu Yin and Nagisa couldn't sit still anymore. Nagisa was the first to react. She screamed in exasperation and threw down the lunchbox in her hand. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand and ran out of the classroom without looking back. The students in the classroom were all stunned. After they came to their senses, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. They ran away. Quick, go after them. Wait. In an instant, the entire classroom was in chaos. One by one, the students ran out of the classroom with faces full of excitement. The sound of panicked footsteps could be heard everywhere. They rushed out of the small classroom door like a school of fish. Kotori jumped out from behind the door and yelled at Yakaina. "Quick, let's go after them." Why? Yakaina seemed to be scared by her classmates' enthusiasm. She was stunned. "Don't ask." Kotori grabbed Yukina's hand and ran out. "Let's go after them." Wait. It's noon. The students who didn't go home and didn't go to the cafeteria were chatting while eating their lunchboxes. As they ate, it was unknown if the food in the cafeteria was not as good as the food at home, but many students stayed in the classroom and enjoyed the lunchboxes they brought. They shared tables with their friends and ate with each other. From time to time, they would tease each other, probably mocking the other party's food for not being as good as theirs. In short, this scene was very harmonious and gave people an unusual sense of tranquility. However, this tranquility was quickly and mercilessly broken by a wave of uproar, causing all of the students to jump in fright. Then, they saw a cute young girl was pulling a boy along as they ran down the corridor of their classroom. Immediately, a group of wolf-like students crazily chased after them. The shouts from their mouths were something that they could not ignore. "Stop! Sensei! Akatsuki-san! Sensei, don't run anymore. If you keep running, we'll spread the news of you attacking your own student. Nagisa, tell me, are you chasing after Sensei? Tell us." "We won't tell anyone." The above speech was shouted in a loud voice that could be heard by the entire teaching building. Those students who were eating spat out all the food in their mouths when they heard the content of the conversation, spraying the faces of their friends sitting opposite them. Some even choked on the food they had just swallowed and pounded their chests in pain. However, this did not stop their hearts from bursting with gossip. Sensei attacking students? Students chasing after their own sensei? Oh my God! Who? Who is it? Quick, let's catch up and see. Okay, chase. The above statements were made in almost every classroom that was visited by a large group of people who were being chased by a large group. And after a period of chasing, this large group has already visited all the classrooms in the junior high department. From the classrooms, groups of students followed the fish and ran towards the large group that was chasing after them. They even joined in, causing the entire group to become even larger. Not long after, shouts, exclamations, footsteps, and all sorts of sounds reverberated crazily in the entire teaching building of the junior high school, causing the tall teaching building to tremble. Wu Yin and Nagisa had a look of despair on their faces as they looked at the increasing number of pursuers and the unrestrained shouts of their pursuers. Perhaps tomorrow, the rumors of the teacher who laid his hands on the student and the student who laid his hands on the teacher would spread throughout the entire Kaihai Academy, adding an unsightly stroke to their wonderful lives. The two of them are in despair. They can only run as fast as they can to vent their frustrations. Chapter 9:31. Saikai Academy, High School, Grade 1 Class B. Sitting in his seat, Gu Chung yawned listlessly, causing his originally tired face to look even more tired, making him look unexpectedly powerless. It couldn't be helped. As a vampire, even with the exaggerated title of World's Strongest, vampires were still nocturnal creatures. Gu Chung wasn't good at dealing with the day, and now it was even more so. This was also the reason why he often put on a lazy expression. Recently, Koju hasn't been able to get a good night's sleep due to his sister's abnormal behavior. Even though he asked Kotori and Yakaina to take care of her, Koju still couldn't relax. He was exhausted and yawned all day long to express his frustration and tiredness. I wonder how Koju and Yakaina are doing. Did they take care of Nagisa? Koju's eyelids drooped as he laid on the table like a corpse. Forget it. It's useless for me to worry here. I'll just leave it all to Five River and the others. Gu Chung licked his dry lips and pulled up the hood of his jacket to cover his head. I should catch up on some sleep before class starts. If I doze off in class, Natsuki-chan won't let me off. Just like that, Gu Chung suppressed the restlessness in his heart and calmed them down. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. But because of this, Ancient City's hearing was completely open. The conversations of the classmates around him also entered his ears, making him extremely annoyed. Just as he was about to use the hoodie to cover his ears, a voice rang out, causing him to move. He paused fiercely. Hey, did you hear? The middle school department is in chaos. Ah, I heard it's pretty big. What's wrong? You don't know? I went to the cafeteria. What happened? Then you'll miss a good show. You don't know. You don't know. Something big happened in the middle school department. Yeah, I heard about it too. A middle school student is pursuing his own teacher. Huh, is that so? Why did I hear that a teacher made a move on her student? No, it's a group of students who are pursuing that teacher. Huh? Didn't that teacher elope with a student in his class and then get hunted down by the students in his class? That's not it. It's the entire middle school department. They're all chasing that teacher. What's going on? Obviously, the truth has been distorted by the rumors spread by so many mouths. Koju, who was lying on the table, heard the discussion. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. There was no reason for this premonition, and it had just popped up in his heart. Originally, Gu Chung had thought that it was just an illusion. However, that ominous premonition kept ringing in his heart like an alarm bell. Sensing this premonition, Gu Chung, who had never believed in his sixth sense, started to pay attention to it. The following conversation confirmed his premonition confirmed his premonition. You guys talk so much, but you didn't say who the teacher is. I think it's a teacher from the 3rd grade of the middle school. Which class is he from? 3rd grade C class's liberal arts teacher. My little brother is in the class next door. He's called Wu Yan. That student? What's his name? Nagisa. Nagisa? Is it Koju's sister? Hearing this, Gu Chung lost his composure. Gu Chung stood up and ran towards the group of people who were chatting. He grabbed the person who had just spoken with a ferocious expression. Is what you just said true? I don't know. He was shocked by Koju's ferocious expression. He stammered, I heard it from my little brother. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be faking it, Gu Chung let go of his collar and ran out as if his life depended on it. He ran madly towards the junior high department, cursing as he ran. Bastard! That vampiric teacher. Did he really make a move on Nagisa? Doesn't he have a little sister? Is Nagisa acting strangely because of that vampiric teacher? Thinking up to this point, Gu Chung felt an inexplicable rage burning in his heart. His heart that was obsessed with his sister almost shattered into pieces. Just as Gu Chung ran out of the high school building and was about to enter the junior high school building, a silver spear flashing with a cold light suddenly attacked him, cutting through the space in front of him. Gu Chung was shocked and immediately stopped his running steps. Who is it? Gu Chung raised his head warily and looked at the person who wielded the silver spear. He was stunned by what he saw. Kimura? Someone. It was Yakaina. Yakaina pointed the silver spear in her hand at Koju with a tense expression. Senpai, from now on, you're not allowed to take a step forward. Huh? Koju was stunned. Why? What? Yukina's tense face collapsed, and she revealed a mischievous smile. I want to know why. What kind of answer is that? What's going on? Anyway, Yakaina regained her composure. Senpai, stay here. How is that possible? Koju shouted. Nagisa is facing the greatest danger in her life. I have to save her. Then Senpai. Yakaina turned the silver spear in her hand with a dangerous expression. You have to get past me first. Why did it turn out like this? Koju roared at Snowy. He felt like he was going crazy. If that's the case, don't even think about stopping me. Kimura. Koju charged at Yakaina without hesitation. From now on, this is my battle. No. Senpai. Yakaina waved her spear and charged at Koju. This is our battle. Driven by his obsession with his sister, the 4th true ancestor, Koju, finally made a move against his watcher for the first time. Koju, on the other hand, seemed to be fighting the senpai who wanted to protect his sister's happiness. In the distance, Kotori nodded in satisfaction as she watched this scene. She was the one who ordered Yakaina to stop Koju. At the same time, on the roof of the middle school department. Huff, huff. Leaning against the only door, Wu Yin and Nagisa gasped for air, fear still lingering in their hearts. Being chased by all the students in the middle school department, that's a lot of pressure. Plus, she kept asking if they were dating. Even Wu Yin, the true ancestor of vampires, felt exhausted, let alone the sickly Nagisa. It's over, it's over. Nagisa hugged her head in pain. The whole school knows about it now. What should I do? Huh? Wu Yin laughed dryly. I should be the one saying that. Inexplicably, he was given a lunchbox, inexplicably fed, inexplicably pulled up to exercise, and inexplicably chased by all the students in the junior high school. Wu Yin felt wrong. It's all Kotori-chan's fault. Nagisa stomped her foot angrily. You said you were going to help me, but I don't even know where she went. Kotori? Wu Yin froze. He looked at Nagisa. You're talking about Kotori? Could it be that everything you did today was ordered by Kotori? Nagisa's expression froze. She realized she shouldn't have said that. Wu Yin understood something when he saw Nagisa's expression. He sighed speechlessly. Looks like it's true, really. You don't blame Kotori-chan. Nagisa defended herself. She did it to help me. Help you? Wu Yin blinked. He asked in confusion. Help you with what? Help me. Help me. Help me. Nagisa didn't know what to do. Her face turned red. What did she do to help you? Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. He sensed something terrible happened. He moved his face closer to Nagisa. Tell me. Otherwise, I'll have to kiss you again. Kiss, 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 kiss. Nagisa's face turned red when she saw Wu Yan's face. Her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground. In no way. Exclamations reverberated throughout Tiantai. Chapter 9:32. Saikai Academy, Infirmary. Seriously. Sighing, Wu Yin sat on the side of the bed, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Since you know that your body isn't very good, why are you still running so happily? What can I do? Nagisa shrunk her head in embarrassment. She huffed. Someone was chasing me, so I had to run. I didn't know I would faint from anemia. You still know how to run? Wu Yin puckered an eyebrow, and he knocked Nagisa's head. Then why didn't you run when the orcs attacked? Sensei, you're so naughty. Nagisa blushed. Wu Yan's words reminded her of what happened that day. To be more precise, she recalled that kiss. She pretended to rub her aching head in a displeased manner. You know Nagisa has that illness. Fine, fine. Wu Yin pursed his lips, and he looked to the side. His face started twitching. Kotori, Haim, why are you here? Yes, in the infirmary, Kotori and Yakaina were standing beside the bed for a while. Wu Yin was sitting beside the bed, and Nagisa was lying on the bed. I heard Nagisa-chan fainted, so I came to check on her. Yakaina lowered her head. She explained in a slightly panicked tone. Wu Yin got a headache when he heard her explanation. Nagisa fainted 20 minutes ago, and Wu Yin was the only one who saw her faint. Where did Yakaina hear about Nagisa's fainting? Wu Yin rubbed his brows. He knew he couldn't get anything out of Yakaina, so he turned to Kotori. What about you? Could it be that he also heard that Nagisa had fainted and rushed over? I just came here for a visit. I met Yakaina, so we came over together. Kotori crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked boldly, Is there a problem? No. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He shrugged his shoulders. Then, he turned to face the person opposite him. Looking at the things that entered his eyes, he felt even more powerless. Then why are you here, ancient city, or in this state? Nothing, Gu Chung replied. It was clear that he was being perfunctory. However, Wu Yin didn't care about this. In any case, he couldn't get anything out of the previous two. This was probably the same. What Wu Yin cared about was Gu Cheng's current image. How should I put it? His face was bruised and swollen, and one of his eyes was half black. There was a tissue stuck in his nose, and his cheeks were full of bruises. Not only that, but his clothes were also in tatters. Apart from his jacket and pants, which were still intact, The clothes under his jacket had been successfully turned into strips of cloth. It was as if he had just gone through a very difficult battle. He was in an extremely sorry state. Of course, this wasn't the real problem. With Gu Cheng's identity as a vampire ancestor, his wounds would heal in minutes. Because of this, Gu Cheng kept his back to Nagisa. He didn't let her see his rapidly healing face. However, from the moment he entered the infirmary, he had a regretful expression. As for who this expression is directed at, you can see from Wu Yan's twitching face that it is directed at Akatsuki. I didn't offend you, right? Wu Yan was speechless. Koju stayed silent for a bit before continuing to stare at Wu Yan with a lingering spirit emoji. Wu Yan felt uncomfortable, so he shifted his gaze to Nagisa. He had no choice but to change the topic. By the way, Nagisa, is your body that weak? Wu Yan blinked. You don't look surprised that you fainted. Nagisa's smile faded. She smiled bitterly after a moment of silence. Yeah, Nagisa's body has always been weak in the past. I often fainted, so I'm used to it. At the side, Gu Cheng retracted his expression of regret and lowered his head in heartache as he spoke softly. We were once involved in a terrorist attack. Nagisa almost died because of that incident. The reason we came to Itagami Island is so that Nagisa can receive treatment here. But since then, Nagisa's body has always been weak. She fainted from time to time. Hearing Gu Cheng's words, everyone present fell silent, and the atmosphere in the air became slightly heavier. Realizing this, Gu Cheng pulled himself together and hurriedly added, "But I'm much better now. It's been a long time since I fainted." Kotori and Yukina's expressions lightened up. Wu Yan looked at Nagisa, and he sighed. Then, did Nagisa's phobia of demons start at that time as well? Gu Cheng hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in response. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood. The culprit of that terrorist attack should be the demon race. Don't be so listless. Nagisa couldn't stand the atmosphere. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. Isn't Nagisa full of energy now? She's running around all day. She can even join the cheerleading squad, participate in the sports day. She's very active in PE class. She's no longer a problem. Running around all day is no problem. Wu Yan pulled a long face and looked at Nagisa with a half-smile. Then who was the one who fainted from anemia after running around for a while? That's different. Nagisa laughed awkwardly, but she quickly added with an unconvinced expression. Compared to Kanon-chan, I'm already doing very well. Kanon-chan, Kotori, Yakaina, and Gu Cheng were stunned. Kanon-chan? Wu Yan flinched and his expression changed. Nagisa. Wu Yan looked at Nagisa and frowned. The Kanon-chan you're talking about, is her full name Kanon Kanase? Oh, do you know Kanon-chan sensei? Nagisa tilted her head to the side in confusion. That shouldn't be. Kanon-chan was already gone before you came. Gone? Wu Yan was shocked. What do you mean? Is that Kanon-chan from our school? She's in our class? Oh, no wonder sensei didn't know. Oh, Yukina-chan is the same. Nagisa smiled when she saw Yukina's confused expression. Kanon-chan is a student in our class. Is there such a person in our class? Yakaina was confused. I've never heard of her. Of course. Nagisa nodded. Kanon-chan and Yukina-chan both took a long leave of absence before the teachers came to teach, and before Yukina-chan transferred to our school. I see. Yakaina nodded. Took a long leave. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and asked Nagisa, "Why'd she take a long leave?" "Why? I heard he has a serious illness that requires treatment. He's been asking for leave since a while ago," Nagisa said with a bright smile. So compared to Kanon-chan, Nagisa is already doing very well. I rarely ask for leave. Nagisa exclaimed and clapped her hands as if she remembered something. By the way, I remember that Kanon-chan should be coming back to school in a few days. Nagisa turned around and shouted excitedly at Yakaina. Hey, Yukina-chan, let's go buy something tonight. We'll give it to Kanon-chan as a gift when she comes back. Also, introduce Kanon-chan to Yukina-chan. She's a nice person. I got it. Yakaina couldn't keep up with Nagisa's words. Wu Yan, who was in deep thought, raised his head. Nagisa, can you introduce me to Kane-san as well? Hello. Introduce her to Sensei? Nagisa looked at Wu Yin in surprise. Then, she thought of something and she puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes turned ferocious. Sensei, are you going to do something to Kanon-chan? What the hell are you thinking? Wu Yin almost choked. I'm just curious. Nagisa looked at Wu Yin suspiciously, but she agreed. All right then, Wu Yin flashed a faint smile, but his eyes are wavering. Chapter 9:33. Sci-Hi Academy has been very lively recently, because of a hot topic, teacher-student romance. It must be said that in the complicated and boring academic life, this kind of gossip was one of the few pastimes that the students had in school. This was especially so when it was filled with explosive news. It was extremely popular among the students. As a result, the big commotion that occurred in the middle school department that day was now known by everyone. At least, that's how it is in Sci-Hi Academy. Originally, many students of Sci-Hi Academy didn't believe this rumor. After all, there was a lot of gossip every year. However, most of it was groundless and exaggerated. To be honest, in the hearts of the students, a relationship between a teacher and a student was something that wasn't likely to happen. For example, Natsuki was 26 years old today. Among all the teachers in Sci-Hi Academy, she was considered one of the younger ones. However, among her students, the oldest one was not even 18 years old yet. There was an age gap of more than 8 years between them. To date a woman who is 8 years older than oneself, excluding the long-lived demons, was there such an example in reality? Perhaps it was in some unknown corner, but it was definitely not widely known. After all, with such a gap, it was impossible for a man and a woman to get along with each other. How could there be love? Of course, this statement was not certain, but it could be confirmed for the most part. Even the age gap between the teachers and students of the high school was so big, let alone the middle school teachers. Therefore, when they first heard this rumor, apart from those who witnessed it or participated in it, not many were willing to believe it. Until not long after, a few photos spread in Sci-Hi Academy, and the students had no choice but to believe it. Those photos are of Nagisa feeding Wu Yin. As the saying goes, a photo proves the truth. In the current era of magic and technology, this saying isn't very convincing. However, it depends on the situation. It was more than enough to use photos to prove a hot gossip topic. This time, the students in Sci-Hi Academy were interested. Under the constant inquiry and dissemination, the matter of that day gradually spread, and the teacher-student relationship was gradually accepted. Then, Wu Yin is on fire, Nagisa is on fire, 3rd grade C class is on fire, even Koja's class is on fire. Many students would take advantage of their free time to see the protagonists of teacher-student relationships, including those from the high school. Naturally, the corridor of grade 3 class C's classroom was often the most lively when classes were over. Both the high school and middle school students crowded here to see the main characters in the teacher-student romance. Perhaps they could even see them being intimate. Many students came to the 3rd grade C class with such thoughts. Gu Chung was one of them who came every day. As for whether or not this matter would cause any trouble to the people involved, they didn't consider it carefully. One can only say that Wu Yin and Nagisa had a hard time in the past 2 days. Disregarding everything else, just Nagisa, she had been blocked by people many times, and similarly, she had been surrounded and watched many times. As Nagisa was an easygoing and cheerful person, she had a lot of friends in school. There were even more people who were familiar with her. After something like this happened, these people who were close to her naturally went to pester Nagisa. If they didn't start, Nagisa wouldn't be used to it. After all, she was still a girl. She couldn't help but feel shy when someone asked her about love. However, whether it was because she was pushed too hard or because she was used to it, Nagisa felt like a fish in water towards the end. The students only wanted to get information from Nagisa, but they forgot that Nagisa was a chatterbox. As a result, the attacking students retreated one after another. As for Wu Yin, "You can't do this, Wu Yin sensei," Sasasaki Misaki put one hand on her waist and raised a finger. She looked down at Wu Yin, who was sitting in front of her like she's educating him. How can you attack your own student? Nagisa is still so young. Why does everyone think I was the one who attacked Nagisa? Wu Yin hugged his head. He couldn't accept the fact that this is happening to him. Nagisa really wanted to feed me that day. I just accepted. Nagasaki Misaki tilted her head and waved her hand with a smile. Era, you won't be able to deny it at a time like this. I say, are you here to condemn me, or are you here to make fun of me? Wu Yin flipped the table in his mind as he yelled like a madman. I said you guys misunderstood. Instantly, the teachers who were watching the show gave him suspicious looks. Obviously, they didn't believe Wu Yan's words at all, including Sasasaki Misaki. Huh. Wu Yin saw everyone's reaction. He gave up and leaned on the table. He said weakly, forget it, do whatever you want. The teachers giggled in unison. For a moment, the whole office was filled with laughter. Wu Yin was annoyed by the laughter. At this moment, at the door of the teacher's office, a voice echoed along with a knock on the door. Is Sensei Wu Yin here? Hearing this voice, everyone in the office turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Immediately, they were all stunned, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. Feeling that something is wrong, Wu Yin quickly straightened his back and looked towards the direction of the office door. When he saw the figure of the person coming in, he bitterly smiled. Nagisa, Jijua, it's you. It was Nagisa and Jijua. What is it? You don't look happy. Nagisa didn't mind Wu Yan's identity as a sensei. She acted like she's familiar with Wu Yan. Are you disappointed to see us? No, it's not that. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He glanced at Sasasaki Misaki, who was grinning at him before he ran away. The smile on his face is almost twisted in anger. She's here to make fun of me. Sensei, you look tired. Yakina asked thoughtfully. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. Wu Yin patted his face to force himself to recover. He said to the two girls, what's wrong? Do you need something from me? Oh. Nagisa pursed her lips and smiled brightly as usual. Didn't you ask us to introduce Kaneon-chan to you when she comes back, Sensei? Kanon-chan. Wu Yin paused. When he remembered, his eyes lit up. You mean Kanae's Kanon? Nagisa didn't answer. She humped proudly and shouted at the door. Kanon-chan, you can come in now. When he heard Nagisa's voice, Wu Yin looked at the door. At the same time, a figure walked in from outside. In an instant, the entire office seemed to light up. Wu Yan's eyes flickered when he saw the figure walking in. In the end, he lost focus. What appeared in front of him was a young girl. She was an extremely beautiful young girl. She was wearing a short-sleeved Saikai Academy uniform with a black high-collared long-sleeved shirt underneath. Her hair was the same as Yukina's, hanging down to her shoulders. The only difference was that on the left side of her hair, she tied a small braid with a black knot on it, adding a bit of freshness to her image. However, her hair was silver in color, and her eyes were a crystal-like blue. She's about the same age as Nagisa and Yakina, about 14 or 15 years old. She's about the same height as Nagisa and Yakina. However, she's unusually slender. She's young and immature, but her curves are alluring. At this moment, there was a peaceful smile on the young girl's face, giving people an inconceivable feeling of sacredness and tranquility. That kind of holy and noble temperament made people's eyes light up, and they were immersed in this extraordinary temperament. Unable to extricate themselves, princess? No, she can only be described as an angel. That's the only way to bring out her beauty. Chapter 9:34. It seemed that even the rest of the teachers were attracted by the figure in front of them. For a moment, no one opened their mouth to speak. The air was filled with an atmosphere of silence, and the surroundings were silent. It wasn't until Kanae's Kanon walked in front of him that Wu Yin finally reacted. He couldn't help but praise her without thinking. What a beautiful girl. Nagisa and the others didn't expect this to happen. Kanae's Kanon didn't know what to do. She might have an unusual appearance, but she doesn't seem to be used to such compliments. She smiled shyly. Thank you, sensei. Well, I'm just stating the truth. Wu Yin scratched his cheek and smiled. So, you must be Kanase? Yes, yes. Folding her hands in front of her chest, Kanase Cannon performed a standard salute. I am Kanase Cannon. I took a long leave, so I wasn't in class. I will resume my studies from today onwards. Sorry for the inconvenience. Inconvenience? Wu Yin shook his head with a smile. I'm just a liberal arts teacher, not a class teacher. Why would I be inconvenienced? I only found out about your existence yesterday. Speaking of which, I have failed in my duty. No, it's all my fault. All right. You two stop being so polite. Nagisa interrupted the two and glared at Wu Yin. Sensei, we're here. Can you not ignore us? Haha, sorry. Wu Yin laughed. He said to Nagisa, Kanase is too pretty. That's why I fell for her. Kanase Natsuan lowered her head shyly, and for some reason, Nagisa's expression became slightly unhappy. Even Yakina is looking at Wu Yin with an odd look. She looked at him with disdain. You're right. How could a sensei let go of such a cute girl? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a pervert. Wu Yin protested. I just felt a sense of closeness, because Kanase looks like someone I know. Indeed, Kanase Cannon's aura is too pure and holy. Her angelic aura is too similar to Ikaros, who has been quietly giving her all by Wu Yan's side for so long. Even though they're very different in appearance, the two of them are like goddesses who fell from the sky. Noble, holy, and pitiful. Any normal guy would want to protect a girl like that. Ikaros is the closest person to Wu Yin, so it's only natural that she would pay attention to Kanase Cannon. From Nagisa and Yukina's point of view, Wu Yin is bullshitting. Their disdain for Wu Yin deepened. Sensei, Yakina looked at Wu Yin. This method of flirting is too old-fashioned. Yeah. Nagisa put her hands on her hips and said angrily, How can you do that to your own student? How lame. Yakina raised an eyebrow and laughed. Do you have the right to say that? Cannon, on the other hand, seems to be convinced by Wu Yan's words. Maybe it's out of curiosity, or maybe it's out of surprise. She flicked her hair and looked at Wu Yin in surprise. Sensei, do you know someone who looks like me? It's no wonder Kanase Cannon reacted this way. She's an oddity here, be it her hair color or her looks. She's too Western. It's not that she doesn't believe Wu Yan's words. She's just a bit surprised. It's true. Wu Yin bitterly laughed. He took out his phone and he clicked on one of the photos in his photo album. He showed Nagisa and the others his phone. Look, don't you think their auras are similar? Ikaros is still wearing her Spalier World Academy uniform. Her eyes are closed and her hands are clasped in front of her chest. She looks like she's praying. The background of the photo was a starry night sky. On the upper left corner was a bright, full moon, surrounded by stars. Ikaros was leaning sideways, exposing the left side of her face. Her pink hair seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Coupled with the dazzling background, the entire photo was like a work of art. Thus, the image of a holy maiden praying to the moon in the middle of the starry sky was presented to Nagisa, Yakina, and Kanase Cannon. So beautiful. Nagisa and Yakina were stunned when they saw the photo on their phone. Their faces were filled with awe. Isn't that so? Wu Yin raised his head and smiled proudly. Look at the person in the photo. Doesn't she look like Yanasi-san? Indeed, Nagisa and Yakina didn't doubt him anymore. She's as pretty as Kanase-chan, and she has an aura too. I didn't think Sensei would know someone so beautiful. Kanase Cannon was a little stunned, but she was still in disbelief. She wasn't very confident, so she didn't think she could be compared to the beautiful girl in the photo. However, it's undeniable that Ikaros is more charming and has a better figure than Kanase Cannon. However, there's not much difference between the two in terms of aura. It's really beautiful. Kanase Natsuya commented and touched her hair regretfully. I thought Sensei was referring to her appearance. There's someone who looks like you too, Wu Yin said. He tapped on his phone and brought up another picture. He showed it to the three girls. Look, the resemblance is huge, right? This time, it was Fei Fei who had appeared on the screen. Speaking of which, Fei Fei's picture was taken by Wu Yin in secret. Fei Fei isn't someone close to him. She wouldn't know about something like a phone. If Wu Yin went to Fei Fei and asked to take a picture, Fei Fei would probably think the phone is some kind of evil armament that can intimidate the soul and body of a person. Fei Fei didn't intentionally pose in the photo. She was focused on wiping Night Elf, and the background was a room in the Fatal Forest headquarters. Compared to Ikaros, Fei Fei's photo wasn't as beautiful, but she looked like a valiant and beautiful female knight, closer to life. A moment ago, she was a holy angel, and now she's a heroic knight. The visual impact made Nagisa, Yakaina, and Hane's canon feel unreal. It's true, silver hair and a similar face. Yakaina sighed, but her temperament is different. Yeah, Hane's canon nodded. Seems like a very reliable person. Nagisa looked at Wu Yin strangely. I didn't expect Sensei to know so many beautiful people. I know a lot of people. How long have you known me? Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Nagisa and put away his phone. Wu Yin looked at Hane's canon and smiled. Anyways, I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future. I'm the one. Hane's canon lowered her head and bowed. Thank you, Sensei. All right, that's all for the introductions. Nagisa grabbed Hane's canon's hand and smiled at Wu Yin. Sensei, you have to take care of Canon-chan. We'll be going back to the classroom. Go, go. Wu Yin shook his head, and he waved his hand helplessly. Nagisa giggled, and she dragged Kanase Natsuin out of the office. Yakaina chased after them in a hurry. The three of them left the office, and they disappeared from the sight of the other teachers. Wu Yin stared at the direction where Nagisa and the others disappeared. To be more precise, he was staring at the direction where Hane's canon disappeared. His eyes flashed with an unknown light. He seemed to be deep in thought. This scene was maintained for a long time. Chapter 9:35. Okay, it's all here. She tidied up the documents and handed them to Wu Yin. Sasasaki heaved a sigh of relief and stretched her back. It's not easy to find my old documents. Luckily, I have a habit of stacking everything on my desk. Is that a habit to be proud of? Wu Yin sighed as he looked at the messy desk. He waved his hand at Sasasaki Hajime. But I still have to thank you. You did me a big favor. It's not a big deal. It's just finding out the student's information. Sasasaki giggled, and her eyes turned flirtatious. Speaking of which, why are you looking for Kanase information? Don't tell me she's your next target? Sasasaki was shocked by her own guess. That won't do. Wu Yin sensei, don't you already have Nagisa? In your heart, am I the kind of person who only looks for cute female students to make a move on? Wu Yin laughed awkwardly. By the way, didn't you tell me not to lay a finger on Nagisa? Why are you saying you have Nagisa now? Haha, don't mind it. Is that so? I think I should. Just as Wu Yin was about to retort, a voice mercilessly cut him off. A faint ripple appeared in front of Wu Yin and Sasasaki Misaki. A parasol appeared in front of Wu Yin and Sasasaki Misaki. Natsuki walked out with a fan in her hand. Natsuki-sensei. Sasasaki was shocked. Natsuki-sensei. Wu Yin looked at Natsuki in shock before teasing her. Why are you here in our shabby office? Sasasaki laughed out loud when she heard Wu Yin. That's right. Compared to Natsuki's luxurious personal office, their public office was indeed shabby. I just happened to have something to do. Nayu raised her delicate and expressionless face and made a sound similar to a hum from her throat. I heard someone was hunting a new target. I was a bit surprised. I can't tell you're surprised at all. Wu Yin retorted without holding back. Also, I didn't target my own student. Oh. Natsuki showed a subtle smile. She said to Wu Yin, I only said someone was hunting a new target. I didn't say it was a student. Wu Yin choked on his own words. Sasasaki giggled when she saw Wu Yin's deflated look. You two seem to have a good relationship. Wu Yin sensei, why don't you stop targeting your own student? Go chase after Natsuki sensei. If you want, I could tell you what Natsuki sensei likes. Shut up. Natsuki glanced at Sasasaki and said viciously, You stupid dog. Sasasaki smiled nonchalantly. Natsuki-sensei, you're not being honest again. TSK, I shouldn't have come here. Seeing a stupid dog like you makes me unhappy. He looked at the two girls, one big and one small, cursing at each other. No, one is cursing while the other is giggling. Wu Yin felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped them. Natsuki-sensei, why are you here? Wu Yin paused for a moment and glanced at Natsuki. You're still dressed like this. Today, Natsuki had changed from her usual black appearance to a white dress. Although the style was similar to her black dress, Natsuki was wearing a white dress. However, it made the eyes of those who saw it light up. In addition, with a head of long, straight black hair hanging on top of her head, the perfect combination of black and white added a lot of visual impact. Natsuki raised her eyebrows, and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. So, you're the type who pays attention to how girls dress? That's why I said. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. In your heart, what do you think of me? Wu Yin-sensei, you don't know about this, right? Sasasaki moved closer to Wu Yin and smiled. Natsuki-sensei is happy. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Stupid dog. The smile in Natsuki's eyes disappeared. She said viciously, but she couldn't hide the helplessness in her eyes. It seems like she doesn't know what to do with Sasasaki either. Let's not waste any more time. Natsuki looked at Wu Yin. She wanted to end this quickly and leave. You, come with me. Huh? Natsuki sounded like she was arresting a criminal. Wu Yin was taken aback. Where are we going? Natsuki pursed her lips and turned around. A troublesome place. Itagami Island, central area. There's a tall building that looks like a pyramid. It's the tallest building on Itagami Island and also the most important place on the island. This building was connected to the 4 floating structures that made up Itagami Island. It played an important role in the construction of the island. Itagami Island is a man-made island that floats on the ocean. As a man-made island, Itagami Island is heavily affected by the ocean currents and waves. Due to the lack of a foundation, the island will distort and vibrate when it is affected by the ocean currents and waves. Part of the distortions and vibrations are absorbed by this building that is connected to the 4 floating structures that make up Itagami Island. Without this building, the 4 regions of Itagami Island would have collided with each other under the influence of the ocean currents and winds, or even be destroyed in an instant. One could only imagine how important this building was. That's why this building is called the Cornerstone Gate. Inside the Cornerstone Gate, there are many high-level organizations, state-owned hotels, and commercial establishments. The Cornerstone Gate is an important part of Itagami Island's operations. It even extends through the island to the bottom of Itagami Island. There are more than 40 floors of artificial island management facilities. This was the troublesome place that Natsuki was talking about. Taking the elevator with Natsuki, they descended to the underground facility. The elevator stopped when it reached the 10th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Natsuki walked into the dark tunnel ahead without saying a word. She walked deeper into the tunnel without saying a word. It was indeed very dark here. It was so dark that if Nayu's clothes were still black, her figure would have been assimilated by the darkness. Perhaps it was because of this that Nayu had changed into clothes of the opposite color. After walking for some time, they finally saw light. At the same time, "Yo, Natsuki-chan," a seemingly intimate voice sounded from the front. It was calling Nayu's name in a very affectionate manner. However, when Nayu heard this voice, she clicked her tongue unhappily. "Don't add Chan behind the class teacher's name." As she spoke, Natsuki stared at the figure standing in the light in front of her. It was a young man with short, spiky hair. He was wearing a simple shirt and trousers, and he had a pair of headphones around his neck. He had a confident smile on his face, and he was standing in the only light in the dark tunnel. For a moment, there seemed to be a very special temperament coming from him. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes when he saw this person while walking alongside Natsuki. It's not that Wu Yin knows him. It's because he's wearing a simple outfit, but it's the uniform of Saikai Academy. This person was from Kaihai Academy. Wu Yin sighed when this thought flashed through his mind. As expected, Saikai Academy is a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Oh, the short-haired young man only noticed Wu Yin now. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is this the male lead of our school's recent scandal? His partner is Gu Cheng's little sister. You have good taste, although the age difference is a bit lacking. Wu Yin rolled his eyes. He ignored the short-haired young man and looked at Natsuki. Can I beat him up? Natsuki's eyes lit up and she smiled. Go ahead. Wait. I was just joking. Don't be so serious. The short-haired young man quickly begged for mercy. Natsuki snorted. Chapter 9:36. Isn't it time to get down to business? Motoki yes. Natsuki spoke with an expressionless face and a hint of displeasure in her voice. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated in front of that stupid dog. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard Natsuki's words. He recovered, but he was still complaining in his mind. Natsuki, aren't you the one who kept humiliating me? Sorry, I can't do anything about it. The short-haired boy, the one Natsuki called Yase Motoki, didn't look apologetic at all. He looked at the light in front of him, and he gestured with his chin. Wu Yin and Natsuki turned around to look at the light in front of them. Wu Yin, Natsuki, and Motoki Yase are standing in a dark tunnel. There's a large glass window in front of them. The light is coming from inside the window. Through the glass window, there was a room that was not much different from a hospital's operating room. The room was surrounded by expensive and sophisticated machines. They looked like they were used for medical treatment or research, or perhaps both. There were lights flashing on them, and the sound of them running indicated that they were working. In the center of the machines, there was a bed, a sick bed, and a young girl was lying on top of the sick bed. She was about 10 years old, and one could tell at a glance that she was very young. However, the young girl was currently in a deep sleep, and she had suffered quite serious injuries. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, and there was a large red patch on the side of her abdomen. It is obvious that it was stained by blood. Seeing this scene, it was believed that many people would think that this place was giving the girl very strict treatment in an attempt to heal her injuries, and this was indeed the case. However, he was only half right. That was because, for some unknown reason, the hands and feet of the girl who was covered in wounds were firmly locked down by heavy metal tools. A strange atmosphere permeated between the three of them. Wu Yin couldn't help but notice the inexplicable scene in front of him. He frowned and looked at Natsuki. Aren't you going to explain? 2 nights ago, something happened in the western district of Itagami Island. Natsuki explained without beating around the bush. The specific content is that 2 unregistered demons with very powerful fighting strength were engaged in an attack and defense battle for a long time in the sky above the city block, which affected the surrounding area and the surrounding buildings of the battleground. They suffered heavy losses, and some of them were even injured. Natsuki tapped the fan in her hand and pointed at the young girl. This person is one of the 2 demons who have yet to register. A battle between 2 unregistered demons? It affected the surrounding buildings? Wu Yin rubbed his chin and he looked into the room. I didn't expect that this young woman would have such a strong fighting strength. Yi Zichen thought to himself. She is more than strong. Motoki Ye shrugged. They fought in the sky above the city without any disguise. If it weren't for the fact that the one in front of us was seriously injured, we wouldn't even have been able to capture one of them. Even the guards couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yin paused for a bit before he asked. If that's the case, why didn't they send out the attack demon commander? Yes, they're on the move. Motoki Ye smiled and put his hands in his pockets, but his face was full of helplessness. But they couldn't do anything about it. That's why they asked Natsuki-chan for help. Don't use the word chan behind your teacher's name. Natsuki reflexively retorted, but her gaze was fixed on the young girl inside the room. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. She's an unregistered demon? I can't tell what race she is. Oh, that. She's a little weak. Motoki Yase scratched his head. According to the judgment of the management community, this person is not a demon. Not a demon? Wu Yin and Natsuki were shocked. Natsuki frowned. You mean she's an overachiever? Or an attack demon commander? No, no. Yace Motoki shook his head and said, she is an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Natsuki smiled sarcastically. You mean to say that there are two ordinary people who can fly to the city and fight in the sky, and they even destroyed a lot of the surrounding buildings? Yes. I don't want to admit it. Motoki shrugged and said helplessly, but that's the truth. Natsuki finally turned her head and looked at Moki Yace. When she was sure that he wasn't joking, her expression changed slightly. So, did you find anything? A little. Just a little bit. Yace Motoki said seriously. That girl's body has traces of using a technique. I think she must have been modified to have that kind of combat power. Wu Yin, who had been quietly looking inside, suddenly raised his head. His wine-red eyes rippled. When he heard the word modification, he had a flash of inspiration. It's like there's something he needs to pay attention to. Once he grasps the inspiration, it will be beneficial to him. However, that flash of inspiration only lasted for a split second. By the time Wu Yin reacted to it, he was already clueless and couldn't think of anything else. It was also at this moment that a voice that sounded very innocent, very pleasant to the ears, and also abnormally annoying, entered the ears of everyone present. Hey, isn't this interesting? At the end of the dark passage, there was a series of footsteps. A figure walked out and stopped in front of everyone. Motoki Yace was shocked when he saw the figure. He took a step back. Wu Yin and Natsuki frowned. Their eyes were filled with disgust. As for the newcomer, his expression was the opposite of Wu Yin and Natsuki's. His eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Wu Yin. Yo, long time no see. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Why are you still here? Vatler. Well, I'm a diplomat. Don't be so cold. Vatler had a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. Also, I'm here to bring you information. Shouldn't you at least welcome me? Can you hurry up if you have something to say? Wu Yin didn't hide his disgust. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from teaching you a lesson if you stay any longer. Motoki Yace was shocked when he heard that. Does this scandal sensei know who is standing in front of him? That's the vampire closest to a primogenitor. Isn't he afraid of getting killed for provoking him? Itagami Island will be in deep trouble if that happens. Oh, Vatler raised his head. He paused for a moment, then laughed. He laughed excitedly. This isn't bad either. Being able to fight with you is my greatest pleasure right now. Pleasure. Pleasure. Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. I can take that as you don't think you've been taught enough. Do you want to die again? It doesn't matter. Vatler had a cruel smile on his face, but his words made Moki and Natsuki unable to ignore them. I've already lost to you twice. One more time won't matter. Lost twice. Motoki Yace's expression changed. Natsuki Yace's gaze landed on Wu Yin. She was surprised. She knows that Wu Yin isn't as simple as he looks. The last time he went looking for Vatler, he probably fought him and defeated him. He even boasted that he could beat Vatler without using his familiars. But knowing was one thing. Hearing it with her own ears was another. Natsuki was only a little surprised, but that was already good enough. If it had been someone who knew Vatler well, they would have been so shocked that their legs would have turned to jelly. Wu Yan's gaze turned colder and colder as he stared at Vatler. In the end, a surge of mana began to emanate from his body. Wu Yan's patience with Vatler is at its limit. Not bad. This is amazing. Vatler's face contorted into a sinister smile as he sensed the oppressive mana. At the same time, an equally terrifying mana slowly rose from his body. Two. They clashed. Chapter 9:37. The magic power turned into a powerful force, and like two mountains that were rushing over, they collided with each other with a force that could not be separated by a hair's breadth. There was no sound, but Motoki Yace heard a loud roar in his ears. His mind went blank. Before he could react, a strong gust of wind blew from the center of the battle and hit his body. Oomph! Motoki groaned as his body flew backward. When he was about to hit the glass window behind him, Natsuki suddenly appeared beside him and stopped him from flying backward. Motoki Yase only turned around when he felt the ground beneath his feet. He clutched his aching chest, his face full of horror. It was just a simple clash of mana, yet Yase Motoki was in such a sorry state. Motoki did not doubt Vatler's strength at all. After all, Vatler was a vampire second only to the true ancestor. However, Motoki did not expect the seemingly harmless gossip sensei to be so powerful. That's not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is, looking around, Yase Motoki could see that the tunnel was about to collapse, and the glass windows of the infirmary were trembling as if they could shatter at any moment. Yase Motoki tried his best to shout at Natsuki, "Natsuki-chan, hurry up and stop them. There's no doubt the two of them are going to fight. If they release their familiars, this place will be destroyed. This is the cornerstone gate that supports the entire island. If the cornerstone gate is destroyed, Itagami Island will be finished." Even if the cornerstone gate wasn't destroyed, Motoki had no doubt that the two of them would be able to sink the entire Itagami Island if they went all out. When that happens, everything will be over. TCH. Natsuki pursed her lips in displeasure. She spoke to Wu Yin and Vatler. "You two, if you really want to fight, go to Snake Charmer's boat like you did last time. Don't cause me trouble here." Natsuki's voice wasn't loud. It was muffled by the shockwave. Motoki almost couldn't hear her. However, Wu Yin and Vatler, who were duking it out with their magic power, heard him. Immediately, the two of them hesitated for a moment before retracting their mana at the same time. Wu Yin and Vatler listened to Natsuki's words. After all, if they angered Natsu, it wouldn't be good for anyone. As the two of them retracted their mana, the violent storm gradually stopped. The scene once again returned to silence. "I'm sure now, Vatler." Wu Yin pursed his lips and turned around. "What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You rascal, you're so annoying." "Is that so?" Vatler closed his eyes nonchalantly and smiled. "I like you a lot." Wu Yin trembled. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to explode. He smiled bitterly at Natsuki. "Sorry, Natsuki, I was a little impulsive." "Don't mind it." Natsuki glanced at the smiling Vatler. "I feel the same way as you." Vatler maintained his smile, despite the disgust of the two men. This guy was really annoying. "Don't say that. I'm really here to deliver information." Natsuki stared at Vatler for a moment before looking away. "Let me hear what you have to say." Vatler's smile widened as he looked in the direction of the treatment room. "The Nordic Kingdom, Ariatigia's Knights of the Holy Ring, has lost contact with them since yesterday." Motoki flinched when he heard Vatler's report. Wu Yin, who isn't familiar with the kingdom, is also flabbergasted. Natsuki tensed up when she heard Vatler's report. "You mentioned the kingdom of Ariatigia. Does this have something to do with the royal family?" "I don't know," Vatler replied casually. "I just feel that the timing of these two incidents is too coincidental." Natsuki frowned and went silent. Wu Yin crossed his arms and glanced at Vatler. "So, did you run over because you smelled the toy? Are you planning to interfere?" "How could that be?" Vatler shrugged with a smile. "I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. I have no intention of interfering." "You're not going to do anything?" Wu Yin aside, even Natsuki and Yase Motoki looked at Vatler suspiciously. None of them believed him. This guy was different from his handsome appearance. Inside, he was a battle maniac. To the immortal Vatler, fighting powerful enemies was the best way to pass the time. At first, Wu Yin thought he was interested in the combat prowess of the two modified humans. Just like Nalakuvara, he came here to kill some time. Who knew that he would get such an answer? "If you're not here for fun, then what are you here for?" Wu Yin looked at Vatler's face and sneered. "You're not going to say you're just here to deliver information, are you?" Vatler raised the corners of his mouth and smiled gracefully. "I just feel that doing this will make things more interesting." "Oh." Wu Yan's lips twitched. "So you're saying you're more interested in watching from the sidelines?" "Well," Vatler turned around and waved at Wu Yan. "Let's just say that for now. I've delivered the information. It's up to you to decide what to do." At this point, Vatler turned his head and spoke with a profound tone. All right, let me give you a piece of advice. The enemy this time isn't as easy to deal with as the Black Death Emperor faction. Even Koju will die if he jumps in. With that, Vatler turned into a cloud of golden mist and disappeared from where he stood. That bastard. Wu Yin cursed. Don't be too calculative. Natsuki shook her head. Even if you're a vampire, you'll be pissed to death if you really get into a fight with that snake charmer. He has such a bad taste. Motoki walked over and he snuck a peek at Wu Yin. He asked Natsuki, Natsuki-chan, can we trust his words? Nayu's gaze shifted slightly as her eyes flashed. Although that snake charmer has a bad taste, since he has said so much, his credibility should be very high. What do we do now? Natsuki pondered for a bit, then looked at Wu Yin. Wu Yin, I'll leave this matter to you. Ah! Wu Yin was stunned, and he cried out in surprise. You want me to take care of it? Is there a problem? Natsuki said. You're an attack mage now, no longer an apprentice. Do you need me to take care of this matter? No, that's not it. Wu Yin scratched his face. Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't that snake charmer say that? Natsuki looked in the direction Vatler disappeared. Koju will die even if he jumps in. Rather than having me as a burden, it's better for you to take care of it yourself. Bird? Wu Yin was shocked. How are you a burden? Natsuki was silent. She lowered her head. Her eyes flashed with bitterness. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I can't use my full strength in my current state. What did you say? Wu Yin frowned. He moved closer to Natsuki. I didn't hear you clearly. Anyway, Natsuki met Wu Yin's gaze and said in an unquestionable tone, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll deal with the missing airship. Answer me if you have any questions. Wu Yin bitterly smiled at Natsuki's emotionless face. All right, I understand. Leave the matters here to me. Only then did Nayu relax and nod her head. Chapter 9:38. Itagami Island, Southern Residential District Apartment. Flipping through the documents in his hand, he walked into the elevator and allowed the elevator to take him up. His wine-red eyes scanned the pages filled with runes. His brain spun rapidly as he memorized everything he saw. His eyes flashed with a pensive light. This was the information about the mass parasite that Moki Yaes had just given him. Because there was no way to determine what kind of transformation the two unknown ordinary people had undergone to become like that, and what kind of surgical method they had undergone to make them possess such powerful fighting strength. The people in charge of the artificial island management community had no way to determine their existence. However, no matter what kind of existences those two ordinary people had turned into, their forms were very similar. They wore revealing clothes made of fur that barely covered their breasts and lower body. They had a pair of glowing wings on their backs and strange masks on their faces. For the sake of convenience, they are known as the mass parasites. To Wu Yan's surprise, there are more than two mass parasites. Incidents like this, where monsters of the same form fought each other to the death and affected the surroundings, had happened many times recently. Every time a mass parasite was spotted in battle, the special district garrison would be dispatched. However, when they arrive at the scene, there's only a pile of rubble and a mass parasite that died not too long ago. As for the other mass parasite, it's nowhere to be seen. You can say that. The whole incident was filled with all kinds of mysteries. The management community did not even know what the mass parasites were, why they were killing each other, why two of them would always come out at a fixed time to fight to the death, and where the other mass parasite who won the fight had gone. There are all kinds of mysteries. None of them have been solved yet. If it weren't for the fact that the incidents happened very close to each other, and the fact that the special zone guard were dispatched in advance and arrived at the scene first, perhaps even the heavily injured mass parasite would have died after the incident. They wouldn't have had the chance to bring it back. Wu Yin looked at the documents again. The elevator door opened. He rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. He walked back to his house. Natsuki, that fellow, really gave me a headache. If there are no accidents tonight, the mass parasites will appear again tonight. The mass parasites will continue to show up, and Wu Yan's mission is to capture the two masked parasites alive before they get killed or injured. This made Wu Yan feel a lot more relaxed. Compared to looking at the clues in his hands and trying to uncover the truth of the case like a 10,000-year-old elementary school student, he's much better at catching the culprit before they make their move. Wu Yan wasn't sure how strong the two masked parasites were, but at his level, there aren't many things he should be afraid of. If worst comes to worst, he can just use Yukari's Red Jade mode and crush them. Ever since Yukari reached Tier 9, Yukari can maintain her Red Jade mode for a long time. During the battle against the Beast King, Wu Yan could only maintain Yukari's Red Jade mode for 5 minutes. Now, Yukari can maintain it for 10 minutes. With Yukari's terrifying strength, she could defeat a demigod Beast King in 5 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for Wu Yan to deal with a lot of situations. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit. Ignoring the information in his hands, he walked to his door, and without using the key, he grabbed the doorknob. A small electric arc flashed in his hand, and the door opened. Makoto's ability is really suitable for invasion. It's only weaker than the spatial ability. His mind is filled with all sorts of meaningless thoughts. He walked into his house and closed the door. Just then, welcome back. I'm back. Wu Yan shot back. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Kotori would never say something as sweet and warm as welcome back to him. Usually, she would only say something like, "What took you so long?" or "Too slow." This situation would only happen when she was in younger sister mode. Also, this voice doesn't belong to Kotori. His body froze for a moment before he turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Blood rushed to his head when he saw who it was. Up ahead, on the edge of the door sill, a petite girl stood there. She's wearing a red apron. Her slender shoulders and snow-white thighs are exposed. You can even see her smooth back. At this moment, she's standing there with her face so red that it's dripping blood. Her body is taut and her head is lowered. She doesn't even dare to look at Wu Yan with her big round eyes. She's full of shyness. That's because other than the red apron, she's not wearing anything else. Yes, she's not wearing anything. Wu Yan stared blankly at the beautiful scenery in front of him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't notice it. His eyes widened and his mouth turned into an O shape. The shock on his face is so vivid that he froze on the spot. TSK, 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 TSK. Wu Yan's mouth opened and closed. He almost couldn't say a word. After 10 seconds of stuttering, a name came out of his mouth in disbelief. Nagisa Sensei. Nagisa pursed her lips at the sight of Wu Yan's dumbstruck expression. She pressed down on the apron with both hands and curled into a ball. Her face was red, and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She closed her eyes and yelled, "Don't keep staring over here." What are you doing?" Wu Yan ignored her and yelled back, "Why are you dressed like that?" Wu Yan's yell made Nagisa feel even more humiliated. She resisted the urge to run away. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "I didn't want this to happen. 20 minutes ago." Nagisa sat up straight and stared at Kotori, who was standing in front of her and emitting a shocking aura. She felt uneasy. "Kotori-chan." Nagisa called out to Kotori tentatively. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Nagisa, did I do something wrong?" Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Nagisa condescendingly. "The last battle was a failure." "The last battle?" Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. She recalled something. "You mean the battle with Sensei?" Kotori nodded her head slowly and forcefully. Her voice began to lower. "It was going well. If it continued, I could have confessed, but in the end..." Kotori shook her head and said in disappointment, "You actually fainted." "Ugh." Nagisa blushed. It seems the word confession was quite effective on her. Nagisa shrunk back and raised her hand weakly. "That didn't count as a failure, right? The plan was to feed Sensei, right? Nagisa did it. Are you an idiot?" Kotori reprimanded. "The goal was to conquer Oni-chan, but did you do it?" I only fed him." Nagisa said uneasily. That was enough to conquer Sensei. That's why I said you're an idiot. Kotori snorted and knocked Nagisa's head. The goal was to conquer Sensei, but the real goal was to create an opportunity for you. Didn't you go up to the rooftop together? Seizing that opportunity, you could have taken him down in one go, but you fainted. What I have done? Nagisa pouted. Nagisa, I fainted. Sighed. Kotori sighed and crossed her arms in front of her chest. In short, the last battle was a failure. This time, you have to give it your all. This time? Nagisa gasped. You mean we have to do it again? Of course. Kotori smiled mischievously and placed her hands on Nagisa's shoulders. Don't worry, I'm prepared this time. You just have to follow the plan. Nagisa had a bad premonition. Reality proved that her premonition was correct. Chapter 9:39. Nagisa's heart bled as she recalled how Kotori had ignored her protests and stripped her of her clothes before walking away. How did she end up with such a bad friend? Nagisa looked like she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. Wuyin slowly came back to his senses. His headache from working at night became heavier. Clearly, the real culprit wasn't Nagisa herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. It was Kotori, right? Wu Yin exposed the mastermind. You said Kotori was the one behind the feeding incident last time. This time, Wu Yin looked at Nagisa, who was blushing. He shook his head speechlessly. Nagisa was about to explode from embarrassment. Sensei, Nagisa was about to cry. Can you stop staring at Nagisa? Oh. Wu Yin grinned when he saw Nagisa's expression. Didn't you dress like this for me to see? No. No, that's not right. You can't say that it's not. Nagisa was confused. She subconsciously twisted her body. The thin apron fluttered with her movements. The beauty hidden behind the apron was on full display. Wu Yin couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking at this beautiful scene, he had a look of admiration on his face. Nagisa was still young, but her body was starting to take shape. Disregarding everything else, the lines of her body were great. One look at her body, and one can't wait to see how it will develop in the future. Her skin was alluring too. Her skin was white with a hint of red. It made one want to take a bite out of it. Her petite body couldn't hide her charm. Her youthful appearance was enough to attract the attention of countless people. Not to mention, Nagisa had a beautiful face. Sooner or later, she would be a beauty on par with Shokuha Misaki and Kurumi. On top of that, she had a cheerful and lively personality. Wu Yin noticed Nagisa was also a charmer. The only regrettable thing was that the size of her breasts was still small and not fully grown, but that was not a problem. Chuju and Makoto were even smaller than Nagisa. Lost in his own thoughts, Wu Yin didn't notice that his unfocused eyes were fixated on Nagisa. From Nagisa's point of view, she was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery and couldn't extricate herself. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Nagisa tightened her apron and tried her best to hide behind it. Her heart was numb as she lowered her head. Her face was red as she endured Wu Yan's admiration. One was lost in her imagination, while the other was lost in her shyness. For a moment, the entire room was silent. At the same time, an ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air. After some time, Wu Yan finally came back to his senses. His head was buried in his chest, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Nagisa looked like she was about to faint. He smiled bitterly. Wu Yan started walking towards Nagisa. Nagisa's heart started pounding when she heard his footsteps. What kind of feelings does she have for Wu Yan? Nagisa was new to this, so she didn't really understand. She could only follow Kotori's instructions. However, it was undeniable that Nagisa's emotions were influenced by Wu Yan's actions. Nagisa timidly took a step back when Wu Yan approached her. Wu Yan arrived in front of her, and when he saw how timid she was, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. Driven by the heat, Wu Yan reached out and placed his hand on Nagisa's smooth shoulder. Ah! Nagisa's body shook and she cried out. Her neck, ears, and skin all turned red when she felt Wu Yan's touch. Nagisa wanted to run, but Wu Yin was holding her shoulder. If she ran, her back would be exposed to Wu Yin. The apron can't cover the back. With this run, her entire back was exposed to the eyes of the enemy. Nagisa could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Her panicked appearance made Wu Yan's mouth dry up. He slid his hand from Nagisa's back to her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Before Nagisa could react, she heard Wu Yan's voice. Congratulations, you've successfully angered me. Wu Yan lifted Nagisa's chin and gave her a light peck on her lips. Ugh! Nagisa was stunned. Her mind went blank when she felt the warmth leaving her body. Wu Yan lowered his head and he pecked Nagisa's lips like a chick pecking at rice. He looked very gentle. Ugh! And Nagisa passively accepted Wu Yan's kisses. She whimpered and closed her eyes. Every time she felt the warmth on her lips, she would moan softly. She looked like a kitten begging for food, cute to the extreme. He tried kissing her a few more times. Nagisa showed no signs of resistance. She didn't look like she was unwilling either, so Wu Yan relaxed. He thought it was all Kotori's prank, and that Nagisa was the one who instigated it. Now that he relaxed, Wu Yan's actions became more relaxed. He pulled Nagisa's soft body into his embrace, and instead of kissing her bit by bit, he sucked on her pink lips and stuck his tongue in her mouth. He captured the escaping lilac and slowly and firmly entangled with her. Ew! The sudden increase in intensity made Nagisa uncomfortable. She had never experienced something like this before. Last time in the classroom, she only kissed him on the lips. Her tongue didn't enter his mouth. Now, this unfamiliar sensation was running rampant in her blank mind. Nagisa didn't know what was going on, and she had no choice but to escape from Wu Yan's entanglement. In the end, a chase ensued in Nagisa's small mouth. Wu Yan's hands on Nagisa's waist started moving around. One went down, the other went up, circling to the front. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, their lips finally parted. The two of them exhaled heavily. Their faces were slightly panting. From this, it could be seen how intense the kiss just now was. Phew. Nagisa breathed heavily in front of Wu Yan's chest. She recovered her senses, and her mind started to process the memories from earlier. Her face was extremely red, and she buried her head in Wu Yan's chest, unwilling to come out. Wu Yan shook his head in amusement and patted her little head. What? You're already dressed like this. Are you still shy from a kiss? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Nagisa didn't move at all. After a long while, a mosquito-like voice came from under her face. This time, it's different. Different. Wu Yan was taken aback and became annoyed. That's right. It was emergency last time. This time, you were instigated by Kotori. Kotori-chan only told me to dress like this to wait for you to come back. Nagisa defended her friend instinctively and blushed again. She didn't tell me to. Is that so? Looking at the petite, murmuring voice in his arms, Wu Yan caressed her smooth back. Then what did Kotori tell you to do? Nagisa blinked and answered subconsciously. She invited Sensei to the festival. Ceremony? Wu Yan flinched when he heard Nagisa. That ceremony. Don't tell me it's tonight's ceremony? Yes. Nagisa nodded. Wu Yan was troubled. He knew that the ceremony at night was only held to prevent the mass parasites from causing too much commotion when they fought, which was why it was held. Plus, he had work to do. What? Nagisa was a bit disappointed when she saw Wu Yan's expression. I can't do that. Wu Yan felt guilty. Chapter 940. Fancy stalls stood on both sides of the street, side by side, surrounding the middle of the street. The owners of the stalls sat in the middle of the stalls, wearing luxurious clothes that were different from the past. From time to time, they would shout loudly, causing the street to be filled with a clamor. Pedestrians walked by one after another, laughing and joking while looking left and right, patronizing the surrounding stalls. They were all wearing bathrobes, with smiles on their faces, venting the joy in their hearts. The sounds coming from their bodies also mixed with the surrounding noise, soaring up to the sky, very lively, unlike the people around him, Wu Yin isn't wearing a bathrobe. He's wearing a thin collared short-sleeve shirt and a pair of black casual pants. He looked a lot more casual, but compared to his attire, his expression is a lot more bitter. That's because there was a figure in front of Wu Yin. Nagisa was very different today. The Kai-Hai Academy uniform she had been wearing had disappeared and was replaced by a bathrobe. However, it was not an ordinary bathrobe. The bathrobe was completely white with golden lines embroidered on it. They followed a rather mysterious trajectory and formed a very dazzling pattern. There were also ribbon-like satin hanging down from both sides. Coupled with the pure white color of the bathrobe, it looked like a little princess wearing new clothes. At this moment, Nagisa had an extremely happy smile on her face. She was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. Her giggles were like silver bells as she patronized each stall. Her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents. Obviously, her mood couldn't be any better. She turned into a beautiful butterfly. Nagisa shuttled through the crowd. That extremely eye-catching bathrobe, coupled with the owner's exquisite face and laughter, attracted the attention of passers-by. Some of the stall owners even kindly gave her some free food, which made Nagisa very happy. As time passed, this cheerful and lively little princess became the scene of the bustling commercial street. Wu Yan's bitter expression crumbled when he saw Nagisa's unwavering smile. He put on a smile once more. He felt like his decision to bring Nagisa to the festival was worth it. Yes, this is where the festival will be held. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the masked parasite's battleground, not too far away from here. Wu Yan didn't want to bring Nagisa along. After all, he had work to do, so it wasn't appropriate for him to come and play. Although he wasn't sure of the masked parasite's combat ability, if two masked parasites could cause shockwaves in their surroundings and even destroy buildings, then conservatively speaking, the masked parasite's combat ability was at least on par with vampires with familiars. It would have been a very foolish decision to bring Sasquatch into a fight between two monsters like this. However, Wu Yin and Nagisa had just developed a relationship that went beyond friendship. If he used work to reject her when she only wanted to visit the festival, he might as well get kicked to death by a horse. However, he couldn't ignore Nagisa's safety. In the end, Wu Yin decided to bring Nagisa along. He really couldn't bear to see such a cheerful girl like Nagisa reveal such a disappointed expression. Of course, Wu Yin wouldn't put Nagisa in danger either. The luxurious bathrobe she wore wasn't just for looks, it was the mobile church that Wu Yin spent a large amount of mana to create. With the mobile church as the ultimate defensive barrier, as long as the masked parasite wasn't a demigod, Nagisa's safety was guaranteed. The mobile church was created by chanting without any necessary procedures or rituals. Once the mana Wu Yin infuses into it runs out, the mobile church will disappear. But there's nothing he can do about it. If he wants to go through all the necessary procedures, it's going to take a lot of time. It's not something that can be done in a day or two. That was the only thing he could do for now. But this didn't affect them too much. The mana Wu Yin left in the mobile church is enough to support the mobile church for a day and a night. That's more than enough. Nagisa was disappointed when she heard that the beautiful bathrobe could only last for a day and a night. She really liked the bathrobe. Everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the masked parasite to appear. "Teacher, come here." Wu Yin looked up and he saw Nagisa waving at him. He ran over to her. "What's wrong? Tired from playing?" "Of course not." Nagisa made a funny face at Wu Yin and grumbled. "It's rare for us to come out for a festival. Why do you look so tired?" "It's not that I'm tired, I'm just thinking about something." Wu Yin scratched his face and shrugged. "Didn't I tell you? Even if we come out, I won't be able to play to my heart's content. I still have work to do. But they're not here yet, right?" Nagisa tilted her head and tried to recall. "The masked parasite or something." Wu Yin nodded and knocked on Nagisa's head. "But you really came with me okay? Aren't you afraid of demons?" Teacher, didn't you say they weren't demons? They were transformed, normal humans?" Nagisa smiled mischievously. "Since they're not demons, Nagisa isn't afraid. But it's still dangerous. Don't you have this dress?" Nagisa twirled in a circle and smiled happily. She seemed to really like her dress. Didn't you say I'll be fine with it protecting me? That's true. You are right. Wu Yin opened his mouth, but he sighed in the end. Anyway, you can play to your heart's content, but once I leave, you have to hide somewhere safe. That's what we agreed on, got it? Got it, got it. Nagisa giggled and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. They ran forward. Before that, teacher, you have to play with me. That's what we agreed on. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yin replied helplessly. After that, the two of them put all their attention on the ceremony. Under Nagisa's lead, the commercial street was filled with the two of them. They fished for goldfish, bought food, played games, and handed out gifts. They visited almost every stall. It didn't take long for them to fill their stomachs with gifts. Some of these gifts were requested by Nagisa. Some were prizes he won in the game, some were for fun, and some were for coterie, Yakaina, Koju, and the others. He spent quite a bit of money on them. Fortunately, the salary of an attack mage is quite high. Wu Yin is also a teacher. His 2 salaries are enough to cover the income of some of the higher classes. Even if he doesn't, Wu Yin still has a bunch of gold coins he brought from Spalier World. The Ring of Gold has an uncountable amount of wealth. It's more than enough to buy the entire Itagami Island. The only problem is whether they'll sell it or not. It was also because of this that Nagisa decided to be extravagant for once. Normally, she liked to shop, but she had never been so careless as she was today. It was a great way to vent her womanly heart. Until a certain moment. Boom, 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 boom. Along with a burst of colorful flashes of light in the sky, one after another dazzling fireworks brought out a series of muffled sounds in the night sky, blossoming. The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly faded. He looked up at the sky. There's no festival to be held at this time of the year. The reason there's a festival is to hide it from the public. No one would be naive enough to think that the battle against the masked parasite wouldn't cause a phenomenon. The fireworks during the festival will cover up part of the phenomenon. The fireworks are a secret signal set by the management of the artificial island. Once the masked parasite appears, it will be the signal. His gaze swept across the horizon. Then 2 meteor-like tails of light entered Wu Yan's sight. Chapter 941. The true appearance of the 2 shooting stars was that of 2 short girls. One had long black hair, and the other had long silver hair. They wore clothes made of fur, exposing their arms, thighs, abdomens, and shoulders. Their slender hands and feet flashed with white skin, but one could faintly see strange patterns formed by cold lines. They wore masks on their faces, but only their eyes were not covered. On their backs, there were strange, glowing wings. If one didn't look at the masks, they would look like 2 fallen angels dancing in the night sky. However, under the influence of the masks, these 2 young girls looked more like monsters than angels. Furthermore, they weren't just dancing around each other. Like meteors, the 2 masked parasites streaked across the night sky and crashed into each other. The sonic booms around them told everyone how powerful their collisions were. Extending their wings, they flew and turned their wings into cannons. Every time they extended their wings, beams of scorching light would shoot out from their wings toward their opponents. Then they would be blocked by a barrier that was flashing with an unknown luster and floating like steam. The light beams that were blocked didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they bounced back, turning into rays of refracted light that shot out in all directions, including the ground. Amidst the rumbling sounds, flames suddenly appeared. The roads and buildings on the ground were sunk and burned down one after another. Not long after, an originally intact street was blasted into ruins by the impact. Fortunately, the residents on the street were evacuated. Otherwise, there would be casualties. As the battle between the 2 masked parasites got fiercer, the area of destruction was getting bigger and bigger. It wouldn't be long before the battle was over. Soon, the festival will be affected as well. Teacher, only Wu Yin and Nagisa saw this amidst the fireworks. When she saw the intense battle between the 2 masked parasites, Nagisa leaned towards Wu Yin uneasily. Wu Yin retracted his gaze and hugged Nagisa's shoulder. Nagisa, You stay here, I'll go out for a bit. Are you okay? Nagisa ignored her embarrassment and grabbed Wu Yan's arm, her face full of worry. Those two mass parasites seem to be very powerful. That's nothing. Wu Yan chuckled. He comforted her. I'm very good too. Those two mass parasites are nothing in front of me. Nagisa's worry dissipated when she heard Wu Yan's arrogant words. Her red eyes turned to Wu Yan and stared straight at him. Be careful. Don't worry. He patted her head. Wu Yan flashed her a wide smile before disappearing from the spot. Nagisa turned her gaze towards the two masked parasites, clasping her hands together as if praying. In the sky, the two masked parasites were engaged in a chase. Beams of light shot out from their wings like laser cannons. Amidst the air explosions, the beams landed on each other. However, the two masked parasites seemed to have some sort of defense on them. Like a protective shield, it protected them from all the incoming light beams, deflecting them one by one. It was without a doubt that if this continued, the battle would never end. However, the two masked parasites didn't consider that at all. They were still pacing back and forth while shooting at each other. Only at certain times would they shoot at each other. Every time that happened, the masked parasites' defenses would reveal a flaw. Their meteor-like silhouettes crossed each other. The two masked parasites seemed to be on par with each other, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that the silver-haired masked parasite was stronger. Her attacks were effective far more often than the black-haired parasite. Just as the two masked parasites were about to clash once more, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Crimson spatial ripples rippled out, and waves of black iron sand swarmed out from the ripples. Like collars, the iron sand waves gathered and shot into the air. They vibrated violently before crashing down on the two masked parasites. Bang! Bang! Following two muffled thuds, the iron sand waves split into two and crashed down like a waterfall, smashing into the two masked parasites and pushing them to the ground. Thud! The iron sand waterfall came crashing down from the sky like a mountain falling from the sky. After a loud crash, a 10-meter deep crater was formed on the ground. The two masked parasites were lying in the crater. Before they could get up, the iron sand tide that blotted out the sky rushed down again and landed on them. At once, the two masked parasites struggled as though they were in a high-pressure water current. They waved their limbs crazily and roared wildly, letting out strange roars one after another. Looking at the two masked parasites who couldn't get up from the ground due to the impact of the iron sand, Wien narrowed his eyes and turned on the system to look at the ground. Masked parasite, level 70. They were just ordinary people who were modified by some unknown tactic. How did they have the strength of a Tier 8 fighter? What kind of tactic was used to modify them? Wu Yan is a bit surprised. This is to be expected. If he can get his hands on a technique that can turn a normal person into a Tier 8, he would be able to create an endless supply of Tier 8 individuals. Unfortunately, Wu Yan cut off this thought as soon as it flashed through his mind. If he could really create an endless stream of Tier 8 fighters, why would these two masked parasites kill each other? And why would there only be two masked parasites every time they killed each other? There was no doubt that this tactic that could create mass parasites must have some major flaw or limitation. Moreover, Wu Yan, who had 103,000 books of knowledge, could not see the truth of this world's tactics. However, with the vast amount of knowledge in his mind, it was only a matter of minutes for him to deduce the general composition of a tactic. Therefore, he knew that a tactic that could mass-produce powerhouses either did not exist, or there must be some necessary conditions to be met. This condition is usually not easy to achieve. In fact, one might not be able to achieve it even after spending a lifetime of effort. Perhaps that was the real reason why the mass parasites were killing each other. Who knows? If the strength of the mass parasite only surprised Wu Yan a little and allowed him to understand a little bit of the structure of the modification tactic, then the other silver-haired mass parasite shocked Wu Yan to the point of being horrified. It's not because she's strong, it's because he expected to see the same prefix mass parasite in the system's information. Instead, he saw a term he didn't expect, no matter how hard he tried. Kinase cannon, level 75. Kinase cannon. Wu Yin looked at the silver-haired masked parasite who was struggling under the onslaught of the iron sand. His face was full of shock. Kinase is a masked parasite? In an instant, Wu Yin felt his mind go blank. He suddenly remembered his second dungeon mission. Save the artificial angel, Kinase cannon. Could it be that this so-called mass parasite was actually the artificial angel mentioned in the second quest? Artificial angel. Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. No wonder these mass parasites had the strength of a Tier 8 fighter. If they were related to angels, it would be strange if they didn't have a strength. Chapter 942. Roar. Suddenly, a strange roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss. The two mass parasites were completely covered by the black iron sand. The roar jolted Wu Yin out of his daze. Then, Wu Yin felt the iron sand under his control suddenly become lighter. Down below in the crater, a dazzling barrier resembling an aurora appeared around the two mass parasites. Like dispersing steam, it could be clearly seen flashing rapidly amidst the black iron sand. Then, the two mass parasites actually stood up from the iron sand waterfall, flapping the wings on their backs as they swiftly flew up. The iron sand that struck them seemed to have struck two afterimages. The sand passed through their bodies and hit the ground. The two masked parasites turned illusory as they shuttled through the iron sand and arrived in front of Wu Yin. Following two deep roars, the two masked parasites attacked at the same time. Dazzling lightsabers flashed in their hands. Like a dance, the lightsabers drew two distorted ribbons of light in the air as they viciously pierced towards Wu Yin, including Kinase Natsuan. His pupils constricted as he stared at the two masked parasites who were wielding the lightsabers without showing any mercy. To be more precise, it was Kinase Natsuan. Wu Yin clenched his teeth, and his body suddenly trembled. Bang! An enormous magic torrent so thick that even the air trembled violently erupted from Wu Yan's body. The sudden eruption of magic torrent transformed into an explosive cyclone. Before the two mass parasites could react, the cyclone slammed into their bodies. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The black-haired masked parasite howled as if she had been struck by a hammer and was sent flying. As for Kinase Natsuan, before she was sent flying, Wu Yin grabbed her arm. He pulled her back. Stop. Yees. Looking at the heavy mask, Wu Yin couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand. Thinking back to when they first met a few days ago, Kinase cannon was pure, and as beautiful as an angel. But now, her angel-like appearance contained a strong, ominous aura. The mask on her face made her look like a living dead with the shell of an angel. Wu Yin couldn't believe that Canon Kinase would look like this. To think that it would turn out like this. Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's call. Canon paused for a moment. Her blue eyes, the only exposed part of her face, seemed to be struggling, but it quickly returned to its normal state. Canon stretched out her other hand, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. Immediately, Kinase Natsuya grabbed the ball of light and pressed her hand against Wu Yan's chest. However, she missed. Wu Yin appeared from the void, not far away. He raised his head, his expression turning ugly. Of course, he didn't believe that the holy Kinase cannon would turn into a monster that only knows how to attack people. He was familiar with all kinds of spells, so he could see her current state. Has she lost her self-awareness? He inhaled a mouthful of cold air, suppressing his restless emotions and calming himself down. He stared at Kinase cannon for a moment, then glanced at the other masked parasite. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. Let's capture her first. With that in mind, Wu Yin ignored Kinase cannon and used a teleportation spell. In a flash, he reappeared behind the black-haired masked parasite. Pack! Kieran placed his hand on the masked parasite's body, and a tremendous amount of mana gushed out from the masked parasite. The mana surged up to the sky and twisted slightly, forming 3 black halos. Descend. With a cold shout, the black halo in the air trembled and flashed down. It shrouded the masked parasite and shrunk like thick ropes, binding the masked parasite tightly. The black-haired masked parasite seemed to have sensed danger. She immediately tried to struggle, but an inexplicable force surged out of the halo that bound her firmly. It made her body stiffen, and all the strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. She did not even have the strength to roar. All she could do was let out a muffled groan and weakly pull her body down. Whoosh! A sonic boom came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed as he turned around. He grabbed the masked parasite with his free hand, and he grabbed the hand of the assailant. Roar! Hanace Natsuin struggled like a madwoman as she tried to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. However, if you look closely, you can see that her blue eyes are wavering. Occasionally, she would look like she's in pain. The ominous aura surrounding her was tainted with a sorrowful aura. Hanae, stop! Wu Yan wanted to knock Hanae's cannon out with a single blow, but he saw the wavering and pain in her eyes. His heart softened and he showed pity. I don't want to fight you. After being transformed into a masked parasite, or rather, a false angel, Hanae's cannon has lost all rationality and is under someone's control. When he thought of the pitiful saint as being reduced to such a state, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to kill her. Hearing Wu Yan's words, the wavering in Cannon's eyes became more intense. At the same time, the pain in her eyes became more intense. Wu Yan was delighted to see this. It seems that Kanae's Cannon hasn't completely lost her mind yet. Perhaps I can summon her consciousness back. Hanace. Just as Wu Yan was about to summon Cannon's consciousness back, the mask on Cannon's face let out an ear-piercing screech. The screech sounded like a high-pitched metal song. It also sounded like metal scraping against metal. Amidst the screech, the wavering and pain in Cannon's eyes were extinguished at an unimaginable speed. Before Wu Yan could react, her eyes were filled with malice. TSK. The sound of tearing leather was heard. The joy on Wu Yan's face froze. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know when, but Kanae's Cannon's other hand grew sharp nails. They looked like cat claws. While Wu Yan was trying to wake her up, she stabbed Wu Yan in the chest, tearing through his flesh and piercing his heart. His wine-red eyes wavered as he saw the emptiness in Kanae's Natsuin's eyes. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, he managed to force a smile. He looked like he's in a terrible state. It's not that easy. Not far away, on the commercial street where the ceremony is being held, Nagisa stood quietly on the spot. She lifted her head and stared at the night sky behind the fireworks. Her face was filled with anxiety. She didn't fit in with the lively atmosphere around her. This scene has been going on since Wu Yan left. Others may think Nagisa was watching the fireworks, but in reality, she wasn't looking at the fireworks. She was watching the battle in the sky through the fireworks. She didn't let her guard down for a second. Nagisa saw Wu Yan's heart being pierced by a winged masked parasite with a mask on its back. Sensei. Nagisa's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Her heart clenched as if she felt the pain coming from Wu Yan's body when his heart was pierced. Without any hesitation, Nagisa ran towards Wu Yan's direction. Chapter 943. Tisk. Another tearing sound was heard. Cannon pulled out the claw that pierced through Wu Yan's heart. Dark red blood splattered everywhere as Cannon pulled her hand back. Without the blockage, Wu Yan's blood gushed out from the hole in his chest. Like a fountain, the blood splattered on the ground and formed a small pool of blood. The pool of blood continued to expand as the sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Resisting the urge to howl in pain, Wu Yan clenched his teeth. He didn't loosen his grip on the masked parasite. Instead, he tightened his grip on Kanae's. The masked parasite loosened his grip on Kanae's arm, and he reflexively swung his arm at Kanae's. Dong! Wu Yan's hand failed to land on Cannon's body. Instead, it was blocked by a thick layer of steam. Cannon took the opportunity to fly away from Wu Yan. Damn it! Wu Yan cursed as he clutched his chest. He was panting, but strangely his heart calmed down. The hideous wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart also healed in an instant. The speed of recovery was terrifying. In terms of vitality and recovery, Wu Yan's primogenitor blood is far superior to the primogenitor of this world. If it was Koju, he would have suffered such a fatal blow. I'm afraid that he won't be able to recover without a few hours, right? After all, the primogenitor of this world was cursed by God. Unlike Wu Yan, who is similar to the elves, they are not close to nature. Even if they do not age or die, they are still cursed creatures. Their recovery speed is not as good as Wu Yan's. That mask! Wu Yan allowed his wounds to heal as he stared at the mask on Cannon's face. His eyes flickered. Is the mask controlling Cannon? If I destroy it, will Cannon recover? This thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan had a new plan. However, a voice sounded. Wu Yan, who had already calmed himself down, suddenly became agitated again. Sensei. His calm expression was instantly shattered. Wu Yan turned pale with fright. He turned to the source of the voice. On the ground, Nagisa was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. She was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. She's coming. Nagisa. Wu Yan's expression changed as he shouted at Nagisa. Don't come over. Nagisa was completely overwhelmed by her panic. She had forgotten that Wu Yan was an immortal vampire. She sped up when Wu Yan shouted at her. She even threw off her wooden clogs. Idiot! Wu Yan only had time to say this before a deep roar echoed in front of him. Roar! Canae's cannon flapped her wings, and a brilliant light flowed from them, gathering at the tip of her wings. Immediately after, beams of light containing a destructive aura shot out, aimlessly shooting at Yi Shiwen. One of them was headed straight for Nagisa. Sensing an explosion and a sliver of light above her head, Nagisa reflexively looked up. Then, her vision was covered by the flickering light of a light beam. The light beam was rapidly expanding in Nagisa's eyes. Damn it! Wu Yan's expression twisted when he saw the beam about to hit Nagisa. Nagisa still had the mobile church, but that was not the reason he could watch her get attacked. Wu Yan wanted to teleport to Nagisa's side, but something unexpected happened. Kaboom! Like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. There was a loud explosion. Whoosh! An extremely powerful mana fluctuation surged out from the ground below, bringing with it a dense sound wave and surging airflow. It spread out like a shockwave, and everywhere it passed, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground in the blink of an eye. That beam of light trembled for a moment, and its speed dropped sharply. Starting from the front, it started to freeze bit by bit. Then, like a popsicle, it fell to the ground. In just a second, the ground within a radius of a few hundred meters was covered by a layer of ice. At the same time, a cold air so cold that it caused the temperature of the human body to drop to the freezing point enveloped the world. Looking at the formation of the land of ice, Wu Yan is completely stunned. His eyes are filled with disbelief. Even his consciousness is in a state of chaos, showing how shocked the owner of this place is. On the ground, Nagisa stopped running and stood at the center of the ice. Her head was lowered so no one could see her expression. The ponytail on her head had disappeared without a trace. Her black hair drooped down in accordance with the pull of gravity, draping over her shoulders. A faint blue light surrounded her body, and an icy aura lingered around her. No, it wasn't just an icy aura. There was also a huge amount of mana comparable to Wu Yan's. The main culprit behind the land of ice was Nagisa herself. The source of the mana comparable to a true ancestor was Nagisa herself. She raised her head. On her face that was wrapped in a faint blue light, her eyes had lost their usual liveliness, as though she had lost her consciousness. Her irises were wide open, and there was no longer any emotion in them. Hump! Before anyone could react, Nagisa's mana swelled, and a huge figure appeared behind her. It was a beautiful figure that was more than 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters tall. Her entire body was a faint blue like an icy river. Her figure was shaped like a mermaid, but also like a demon bird with a remnant of its symbol. Its upper body was similar to that of a human female, with some heavy armor covering its chest and ribs. Its face was also covered with a metal mask that covered its nose, or rather, it was a metal crown with a red gem embedded at the top. Its lower body was an ice blue fishtail with illusory scales on it. In addition, there was a pair of wings on the back of the figure. There were 2 metal armbands on the arms. The hands were humanoid, but the nails were sharp claws. They were slightly curved like a bird's claws. It looked very frightening. A flower-shaped ice crown extended from the edge of her metal mask. It was like hair moving back and forth. Her long hair, black or dark blue, fluttered in the wind, accompanied by an icy cold air. Her eyes, which were exposed outside the mask, flickered with a dark red light. It was both fascinating and chilling. Mixed with the icy blue aura, the huge figure stood behind Nagisa like an icy river. Wu Yin was shocked. Nagisa's magic power isn't any weaker than his own. He was shocked. That a vassal beast. That's right, a huge figure, a vassal beast that only vampires can command. Why? Why does Nagisa have a vassal beast? Vampires weren't the only ones who could summon vassal beasts. In fact, anyone could do so. However, vassal beasts had the side effect of draining the host's life force. Unless the host was an immortal vampire, the host's lifespan would be greatly reduced, or even completely depleted. In other words, Nagisa, who isn't a vampire, has a vassal beast in her body. Her life is coming to an end. However, Nagisa didn't seem to be affected by it. She raised her head, revealing a stiff and expressionless face that was different from before. She looked up at Kanae's cannon with disdain. Whoosh! In an instant, the ice vassal beast swung her tail. The long fish tail seemed to have expanded countless times and turned into a bolt of ice. It whipped Kanae's cannon like a giant whip. Bang! Cannon did not react in time. Before she could activate her protective barrier, the ice fish tail slammed into her body and sent her flying. Following a trail of blood, Kanae's cannon's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying into the night sky with a sonic boom. She disappeared. Chapter 944. Everything happened too quickly. Before Wu Yin could react, Kanae's cannon was sent flying. She disappeared into the night sky, her aura completely gone. She was either too injured to continue fighting, or she chose to retreat. She must be the mastermind behind the transformation of Cannon into a fake angel. Wu Yan's eyes trembled as he watched Cannon disappear. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to give up on pursuing her. Compared to Kanae's cannon, there are more important things waiting for him to do. Wu Yin teleported back to the ground. He landed on the ground and faced forward. In front of him, Nagisa was surrounded by a faint blue light. The ice familiars guarding Nagisa were facing him from afar. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes, and he tossed the masked parasite to the ground like a piece of trash. Then, he ignored the masked parasite. The halo that restrained the masked parasite was no ordinary tactic. It was fine if it didn't hit, but once it was restrained by the tactic, it was almost impossible to break free as long as the opponent's strength didn't exceed the caster's by too much. That's because the binding spell is effective. It has the ability to neutralize the target's power. Even if a real angel got hit, they wouldn't be able to break free unless they have some sort of mystical ability, let alone a fake angel created from an ordinary human. Wu Yin can now focus on the task at hand. Wu Yin glanced at the ice familiars. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the expressionless Nagisa. Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than Nagisa's. You You're not Nagisa, are you? Wu Yan's demonic aura reverberated in the air along with his chilling voice, clashing with the cold air around him. It blew them away. Who are you? Nagisa asked. Nagisa slowly raised her head. Her half-closed eyes stared at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than hers, her eyes widened. She seemed surprised. She also seemed amused. Her lips curled into a stiff smile. The expression on his face did not change at all. He had such a strange expression, as if he was harboring evil intentions. The sound of rustling could be heard. It rang out. This was a deep voice that seemed to come from the horizon. One could faintly hear Nagisa's voice, but it seemed to be lacking in spirit, lacking in vigor and rhythm. You're not as simple as you seem. That's why, if you don't want to disappear from this world, you better answer me honestly. Wu Yan's voice is so cold, it's almost as cold as the surrounding air. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in Nagisa's body. I have spells in my head that can deal with souls or consciousnesses attached to other bodies. It's rare for Wu Yan to threaten someone like that. He had no choice. Nagisa was in Nagisa's body. If he had any ill intentions, Nagisa herself would be in danger. If anything went wrong, Nagisa might lose her life. Ignoring everything else, Wu Yan was able to determine the level of the ice familiar in a single glance. It was definitely a true ancestor-level familiar. Judging by its power, this ice familiar is no ordinary primogenitor-level familiar. Even Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar, let alone Gu Cheng's incomplete familiars. Ignoring their special abilities, Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar. He didn't know if he could expel a familiar like that from Nagisa's body. More importantly, the ice familiar had been released by the consciousness that possessed Nagisa. Familiars have the side effect of consuming their host's life force. The side effect of a true ancestor's familiar is even more terrifying. It won't take long for the familiar to drain a newborn's life force to death. Right now, the ice familiar was being released by the consciousness attached to Nagisa's body. It didn't affect Nagisa in any way. However, if the consciousness were to leave Nagisa's body, the ice familiar would definitely die if it were to stay outside for a while. To prevent any accidents from happening that might endanger Nagisa's life, Wu Yan had no choice but to threaten her. Oh, Nagisa's smile seemed to widen a little. Her monotonous tone had a hint of joy in it. She seemed to be in a better mood. Do you care about this girl a lot? Nagisa spoke slowly. That's right. You've already gotten to this point with her. It's only natural that you care about her. Nagisa's mouth widened into a smile, and she laughed for the first time. Furthermore, this girl also cares about you a lot. She clearly only knew how to circle around that young man and call him brother. To be able to do this, you're quite capable. Brother? Wu Yan frowned. You know ancient city? Huh. Nagisa didn't answer directly. She used her unique voice and chuckled. That young man is still far away. As the fourth primogenitor, he still has a long way to go. Before that, I don't know him. Wu Yan's frown deepened. He looked at Nagisa impatiently. After saying so much, you still haven't made it clear who you are? In that regard, I guess we're in the same boat. Nagisa lifted her chin and she looked at Wu Yan. What about you? Who the hell are you? Ordinary vampires? That doesn't seem possible. Or a direct descendant of those annoying primogenitors. But his strength seems to be too strong. Other than us, there shouldn't be any vampire stronger than that snake charmer. Or, Nagisa paused, confused, and asked seriously, are you on the same level as me? Without a certain level of understanding, one wouldn't be able to understand what Nagisa is talking about. However, Wu Yan got the gist of her words. You're a primogenitor? Wu Yan said with uncertainty. Then, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that shouldn't be. Don't worry. Nagisa's voice returned to its usual calm state. She said softly, with your level, you'll know sooner or later. It's best if no one knows of my existence. Nagisa strode towards Wu Yan. Behind her, The ice familiar slowly dissipated into thin air. She retracted her magic power back into Nagisa's tiny body. Wu Yin was confused, but he retracted his magic power as well. All that was left was the frozen ground. Stopping in front of Wu Yin, Nagisa reached out and caressed his face as Wu Yin frowned. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming this girl. On the contrary, I will do my best to protect her." As she spoke, she lifted her face and tiptoed towards Wu Yan's face. "Fifth true ancestor of unknown origin, for the sake of this girl, I will acknowledge you a little." With these words, Nagisa kissed Wu Yan's lips. Wu Yan only felt an extremely soft touch on his lips as he took control of her icy lips. Then, an inexplicable icy aura entered his mouth and integrated into his body. At this moment, Wu Yin was still in a daze. In the next moment, a faint connection connected with the Nagisa in front of him through his senses. As if she had completed her mission, Nagisa separated. The faint blue light on her body disappeared. She returned to her original form and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yin was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly hugged Nagisa. Wu Yin was silent for a long time as he looked at Nagisa's sleeping face and the connection he felt from her body. Chapter 945. Itagami Island, Shore. A luxurious yacht. Oceanus Grave, as always, shone with extravagant lights. The waves gently lapped against the shore, illuminating a corner of Itagami Island at night. Wearing a white suit that seemed to never change, Vatler stood at the top deck of the Ocean's Grave with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a wine glass. The glass was filled with the finest red wine, but Vatler didn't seem to want to taste it at all. He swirled the wine in his hand. The red wine swirled in his hand. It gave off an intoxicating aroma. His blue eyes stared at a certain direction in Itagami Island. Two meteors collided in that direction. Vatler's lips curled into a smirk. "It's like raising venomous insects. Let them fight and devour each other after being modified by the tactics, thereby obtaining the center of the spiritual body and storing it in their own body. In this way, even with the capacity of an ordinary human body, they can accept the divine energy flowing in from a higher dimension without overloading, so that their spirituality can sublimate, evolve, and finally turn into a real angel." Vatler was so happy that he closed his eyes and laughed as if he had thought of that scene. Indeed, if that's the case, things will get more interesting. The smile on Vatler's face gradually turned sinister as he spoke. It was obvious that Vatler wasn't afraid of the angel he spoke of. Instead, he seemed to be looking forward to it. He was looking forward to a fight with the angel. "Huh?" Vatler laughed for a while as he held his forehead. Then, he quickly suppressed the intense feeling in his heart and calmed himself down. "Well, I can't get too excited." He took a deep breath. Vatler said, as if he was intoxicated, "The current angel isn't complete. The core of the spirit body isn't complete. She can't be considered a true angel. Furthermore, it's not appropriate to attack an angel. After all, she was created for that purpose." Vatler abruptly paused and lifted his head to look at the night sky in front of him. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. "This mana, is it Wu Yin or Koku?" Vatler narrowed his eyes as he quickly denied his own guess. "No, Wu Yin and Koku's mana don't feel like this. But if it's not Wu Yin and Koku, who else on Itagami Island could have this level of mana?" Vatler's expression turned gloomy. Then, he sensed a magical power that wasn't inferior to the former. "This is Wu Yin." Vatler knew who the mana belonged to. What's going on? Two true ancestor-level mana, and the other one isn't even an ancient city. Vatler's handsome face slowly sank. His eyes fluctuated, indicating that his heart was shaken. "Let's go take a look." As soon as Vatler made his decision, the two abnormally powerful mana disappeared at the same time, causing him to stop on the spot. Vatler looked pensive as he gazed at the area where the mana appeared. It didn't take long before his expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Itagami Island, I can't get bored even if I wanted to. It's great to be here. Vatler's smile widened as he slowly turned around to face the front of the deck. Am I right? Fifth primogenitor. A gust of wind blew onto the deck of the yacht. When the wind died down and everything returned to normal, a figure appeared in front of Vatler. His thin clothes billowed in the night breeze. His bangs fluttered in the wind. Wu stared at Vatler with his wine-red eyes. He didn't say anything. In his arms, a petite figure was lying there with her eyes closed like a sleeping child. Her expression was very peaceful. No one who saw this scene would believe that she had just frozen an area of a few hundred meters into ice in a breath's time. This scene is really nostalgic. Vatler smiled as he said something that did not match his expression. When we first met, it was like this as well, right? Without that girl. He looked at the sleeping Nagisa in Wu Yan's arms. Vatler was curious. Then, could she be the owner of that magic power just now? Wu Yan didn't answer Vatler's question. Instead, a magic power so thick that it cracked the deck started expanding from his body. Vatler was stunned. He looked at Wu Yan in shock. He didn't expect Wu Yan to greet him in this manner. However, the next moment, Vatler's surprise turned into astonishment. Wong. Dense ice-blue cold air spread out in the space without any warning. With Wu Yan at the center, or more accurately, with Nagisa at the center, the deck froze and was covered in a layer of ice. Then, Nagisa's body flashed with blue light. A small figure appeared behind Wu Yan. This figure is what shocked Vatler. She has a female upper body, fishtail-like lower body, and wings on her back. She looks like a mermaid in an icy river, or a queen in a world of snow. It was the ice familiar that had been released by Nagisa's consciousness form before. Now, the ice familiar has appeared again. Though it was released from Nagisa's body, Wu Yan was the one who provided it with life and mana. This is the acknowledgement the body of consciousness mentioned, the acknowledgement it gave to Wu Yan, the right to summon an ice familiar. That's... Vatler stared blankly at the giant ice familiar before him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Words came out of his throat as if he was venting his anger. Oreskagla's ice. Wu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally lifted his head when he heard this. So, you do know this familiar. Wu Yan had a hunch that Vatler might know her when he heard the words Snake Charmer for Nagisa's avatar. Now, it seems like he's most likely on the mark. Tell me, Vatler. Vatler. Wu Yan glanced at Vatler. Who is this familiar's master? You don't know. Vatler's shocked gaze landed on Wu Yan. That's Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora. Wu Yan frowned. Was Agrora the body of consciousness that possessed Nagisa? Who is Agrora? You don't know anything. This time, Vatler's shock was directed at Wu Yan. When he saw Wu Yan's frown, he laughed happily. To think that you don't even know about Agrora and her Oreskagla ice, but you have the blood of a true ancestor in your body. As the 5th true ancestor, you're really not qualified to be the 5th true ancestor. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow, and his gaze turned cold. Vatler didn't notice the change in his expression. He just kept on laughing. But this is interesting. A 5th primogenitor who doesn't know anything. Interesting. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a cold fish tail swung out and smashed into Vatler's body. Yoa! Vatler screamed and flew into the air. His body was riddled with wounds, and he fell into the sea far away. The water there was dyed red. TCH. Wu Yan scowled. He didn't even look at the area. Even though he was mentally prepared for Vatler's sarcastic remarks, he was still in a terrible mood at this moment. Wu Yan cut off the supply of mana to Oreskagla Chigs, and he disappeared from the deck with Nagisa in his arms after she recalled her familiar. Chapter 946. She didn't know when the moon and stars appeared in the night sky as well. The moon and stars shone faintly above Itagami Island. Even though their presence was weak, they still tried their best to bring some light to the dark night, selflessly contributing to the darkness. The waves slowly approached Itagami Island at night. They were like soldiers trying to invade Itagami Island, trying to take over the island. Alas, every attempt failed. Despite being surrounded, Itagami Island remained unscathed. In the silence of the night, it was trying to convey something. In a daze, her consciousness gradually returned to her mind. A soft groan from her subconscious mind broke the silence. Nagisa woke up in a daze. After some strenuous effort, she opened her eyes and took in the surrounding light into her pupils. "I'm awake." When Nagisa opened her eyes, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. She saw Wu Yin, Kotori, Yakaina, and Koju standing in a circle. They looked at her from top to bottom. When they saw her waking up, the four of them looked happy. "Sensei, Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan, Kojo-kun." Nagisa looked around in confusion. When she woke up, she realized she was lying on her bed. She sat up and bumped into Yakaina, who was closest to her. "Ah, ouch." Nagisa and Yakaina both groaned in pain. They clutched their heads in pain. Her eyes were brimming with tears, which made the people around her laugh out loud. "You're so energetic. I guess you're fine." As though she was relieved, Kotori put the pearl she had been holding into her mouth. Her voice was as calm as ever. She didn't seem to care about Nagisa's life or death. Only Wu Yin, who knows her well, knows that it's just a habit of hers. "Ah." Nagisa rubbed her forehead and tilted her head. "Why is everyone here? Did you forget?" "Nagisa." Koju stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jacket. He glanced at Wu Yin, and he continued with a tone of indescribable emotion. "She said something to Sasa. You went to the festival with that vampire teacher over there, and we didn't know." Wu Yin rolled his eyes speechlessly. Nagisa was stunned for a moment before she recalled what happened. She panicked. "Sensei, are you all right?" Abruptly, he leaned in front of Wu Yin. Nagisa rubbed Wu Yin's chest, and she started yelling at the same time. "I saw Sensei's heart get pierced by that masked parasite. How are you? Are you all right? Did you see a doctor? Do you need a foredrip? Can foredrip heal the wound?" "Nagisa, I remember you need an electric shock when your heart is injured, but we don't have anything that can heal it. What should I do?" Looking at Nagisa, panicking and shooting out words like a machine gun, no one could understand her. Wu Yin, Kotori, Yakaina, and Koju were stunned. They didn't know how to react. After a while, Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry." Wu Yin shook his head and covered Nagisa's hand with his own. "Did you forget? I'm an immortal vampire. I can recover from that kind of injury in a matter of minutes," Nagisa said. Before Nagisa could react, Yakaina smiled bitterly. Vampires were indeed immortal, but that was on the basis of a normal life. If the brain that controlled the magic and the heart that controlled the most important blood of a vampire were damaged, then, other than a primogenitor, no vampire could survive that kind of injury. In other words, if Wu Yan's heart was pierced and he survived, he wouldn't be able to survive unless he was a primogenitor vampire. At least, that was the case for vampires in the bloodlust frenzy world. But now, the other party was saying that his heart was damaged and that it would only take a few minutes for him to recover. Yakaina didn't know what to say. Nagisa, who wasn't familiar with vampires, believed him. She paused for a moment before sighing in relief. There was still a trace of worry on her face. "It's good that you're fine." Wu Yin nodded with a smile. Nagisa also smiled brightly. She was unusually cute, but Koju wasn't happy. Koju had an ugly grin on his face when he saw Wu Yin covering Nagisa's hand with his own and pressing it against his chest. "How long do you want to hold hands like that?" Nagisa exclaimed when she heard Koju's annoyance. She blushed and pulled her hand back. She smiled embarrassedly. Although she and Wu Yin have already developed a relationship that goes beyond friendship, it's not a relationship that can be casually mentioned. After all, Wu Yin is a sensei, and she's a student. More importantly, this sensei has a sister who is his lover. Now, she's added to the mix. If anyone else knew about their complicated relationship, they'd probably collapse on the spot. Koju was the one who collapsed the most. On the other side, Wu Yin, Kotori, and Yakaina looked at Koju strangely. Their gazes were filled with disdain. What an irredeemable siscon! Speechless. Well, liking a younger sister isn't something to be ashamed of. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Kotori said. "Senpai, you're still as perverted as ever. Yakina said, It's not like that. Koju shouted himself hoarse. I just don't want Nagisa to be molested by that vampire teacher. Unfortunately, his explanation was ignored by everyone except Nagisa. Nagisa. Wu Yin hesitated. He stared at Nagisa's face until she blushed. Then he opened his mouth. Did you forget? Nagisa flinched. She asked in confusion. What did I forget? Looking at Nagisa's confused expression, Wu Yin chuckled after a moment of silence. No, it's nothing. Wu Yin turned to Kotori. Kotori, take Nagisa to the shower. Kotori nodded as if she knew what Wu Yin was planning. Nagisa also felt a little sticky, so she stood up and followed Kotori out. When Kotori and Nagisa disappeared from sight, Yakina sensed that something was wrong and asked, What's wrong? Sensei. Wu Yin looked at Koju and Yakina. Koju, Yakina, do you know the name Agrora? Agrora. Agrora? Koju and Yakina looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Sensei, you don't know Agrora? Yakina looked at Wu Yin in confusion. She's the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. What? Wu Yin was shocked. You're saying Agrora is the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation? Yes. Yakina looked at Wu Yin in shock. She nodded and looked at Koju. Sensei devoured the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora, a few months ago. That's how you became the fourth primogenitor. Wu Yin fell silent. Vatler had once said that the enchantress Azurice was Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora was the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. Did that mean Ashnice of the enchantress was the city's familiar? Then why is it in Nagisa's body? Is the consciousness in Nagisa's body the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora? Wu Yin had a feeling that Koju, an ordinary human, had the ability to devour the fourth primogenitor and become the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. After all, it was impossible for low-level vampires to devour high-level vampires without any special abilities, let alone an ordinary human like Gu Cheng who had devoured a true ancestor. Ignoring Koju and Yakina, Wu Yin walked to the window and looked outside. He sighed. For the time being, let's deal with Kanase Natsuya first. Chapter 9:47. Itagami Island is a special city for demons, a place dedicated to the research of demons. Besides demons, there were also many researchers of related enterprises such as pharmaceutical, precision machinery, high-tech industries, and famous research institutions on this artificial island. Their purpose was to apply the research results of demons to themselves so as to gain benefits. Some of them are even clustered together to form a research area. In the middle of the research area, there's an old street that seems to have existed since Itagami Island was built. On the street, there's a company. The outer walls were all covered with glass and looked abnormally cold. Compared to the surrounding buildings that seemed to be very old, it was undoubtedly a killjoy, but at the same time, it was an indisputable building that was dozens of meters tall. Fortunately, the sunlight could not shine here, otherwise, it would be reflected by such a huge thing covered in glass, and people would not dare to raise their heads to look at it. The name of the company is Magus Plastic. From the name, this company seems to be related to magic or attack magicians. But in fact, it was just a company that specialized in manufacturing industrial robot puppets. For example, cleaning robots were the target of this company's attempts. But now, this company only existed in name. Even the company's office building was almost abandoned. The true center of the magic shooter's workshop was a ship that was located to the east of the company building. Only a faint shadow could be seen. It was the sorcerer's commercial cargo ship, used to transport the work robot dolls produced by the sorcerer. Unfortunately, it's no longer used for transportation. It's used for unknown research. Kanase Cannon. Right now, she's on this ship. She's lying in the dim light. Kanase Cannon's eyes are wide open. She's staring blankly at the ceiling. There's no movement inside. She's like a puppet. Her pupils are dilated. Tiny streams of light swirled around Kanae's cannon's body. She's releasing an illusory light. Soon after, it formed many complicated patterns. As the flowing light surged, it was like flowing water. It's moving as if it's alive. Just by looking at this scene, one would think that Kanae's cannon was a lifelike doll. The patterns flowing on her body were the links of the doll, giving the impression that as long as one found a button, the patterns would automatically open and reveal the mechanism inside the doll. But it is true that the current Kanae's cannon can no longer be considered a human. Even she herself thinks so. The unfamiliar and uncontrollable body responded clearly in her mind and continued to change. Kanae's cannon still remembered that when she was wearing a mask, he recognized her and called out her name when she was still a human. Even though she had changed into her human form, he still didn't arrest her like he did with the other members of his race. He was even willing to hold her hand at that time and tell her, "I don't want to fight you." In the void, he held her hand and looked at her with pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding. He looked at her, who had turned into a monster, whose hands and mouth were covered in blood, and said those words that almost made her cry. But at that time, she couldn't shed any more tears. It was also at that time that Kanae's cannon, who thought there was no turning back, wavered. Ever since she became a monster for the first time in her life, she had a strong desire to return to the past. She wanted to go back to the time when she was still Kanae's cannon. However, this wish only lasted for less than 10 seconds before vanishing into thin air once again. Kanae's cannon saw herself piercing the chest of the man who called out to her gently. She broke his flesh, pierced his body, and crushed his heart. Her heart died with him at that moment. When she looked at him again, the pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding on his face were all gone. All that was left was a sad and pitiful smile. Kanae's cannon felt the warmth of his blood on her hand. She couldn't shed any tears. This time, it's not because she can't control her tears, it's because her heart is broken. Tears have become a luxury. Then, there's no more then. His heart had already died along with the other party's heart being crushed by his own hands. Kanae's cannon doesn't have any memories of what happened after that. The tattoo on her body glowed faintly. At that moment, there was only one image left in her mind. The image of the person with blood flowing out of his chest and a pitiful smile. Finally, Kanae's cannon couldn't hold it in any longer and a tear rolled down her cheek. Chapter 948. Sorcerer Craft Plastic Commercial Cargo Ship. In the middle of a room filled with all sorts of medical equipment, there is no sunlight. It looks like a hospital operating room, but it also looks like a research lab. There is a bed in the middle of the room. On the bed, Cannon was lying in a vegetative state. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked like she was in a vegetative state. She lay under the light of an unknown source of light. Her body rippled like flowing water, emitting a power that no one could detect. It was acting on Cannon's body. Those runes are the spirit evolution runes. They're the runes used to create artificial angels. Because of these runes, the artificial angels can transform their own spirituality into power. They can accept the divine aura from the higher dimension and transform into the shape of an angel to fight. Only by engraving the spirit evolution runes on their bodies can the artificial angels have the qualifications to evolve. This way, they can obtain the spirit core of others and increase their own spirituality. Unfortunately, not everyone can engrave the spirit evolution runes on their bodies. The first condition to transform oneself into an artificial angel is to have a certain level of spirituality. In other words, the artificial angel must have the talent to become a powerful attack mage. For example, Yakina has a strong spirituality. Otherwise, she would not have become the Lion King organization's sword shaman. Only with a powerful spirit body would the spirit evolution tactic be effective, and the artificial angel could be born. Of course, possessing a spiritual body was only the first condition to become a fake angel. if one wanted to become a real angel, not only would they need to gather the 7 spiritual cores, but they would also need to gather the 7 spiritual cores. Moreover, these 7 spiritual centers had to be added together to reach the level of a true angel. This is not something that can be done easily. To put it bluntly, if Kinace Canon was not one of the 7 fake angels, then the real angels would never be born. Because Kinace Canon's spirituality was the strongest among the 7 fake angels. Her spirituality was even stronger than the other 6 fake angels combined. Just as Wei Yin guessed, a tactic that can mass-produce strong individuals either doesn't exist or it's not. There must be a condition that needs to be met. The condition to become a fake angel was to have a powerful spiritual body. The conditions to become a true angel were so harsh that it was impossible to be born without canon or a spiritual body as powerful as canon. Not only that, but even if you become a true angel, there are still limitations. Angels could not exist in the human world. Angels who once existed in the human world had to return to their own world in the end. This was the foundation of the existence of angels. In other words, if Kinace Canon became a real angel, she would have to leave this world sooner or later. On top of that, angels do not have self-consciousness. Simply put, they are a group of puppets that only know how to serve God. Therefore, if Kinace Canon becomes an angel, her self-consciousness will completely disappear, and she will become a puppet from head to toe. This was the so-called ascension ceremony. However, it's not that easy for Kinace Canon to become a real angel and ascend to heaven. On the side of Kinace Natsuen's bed, there is a person. His hair was gray. His face was solemn, and he wore a pair of glasses. He looks to be in his 50s, like a doctor or a professor. He looks very knowledgeable. His name is Kinace Kensei, Kinace Canon's father. No, to be more precise, he is Kinace Canon's adoptive father. He is the one who engraved the spirit evolution technique on Kinace Canon's body and turned her into a fake angel. At this moment, he was looking at Canon, who was lying on the bed. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be in a lot of trouble. How is it? Just as Kensei Kinace was feeling distressed, a voice rang out behind him, waking him up. It was a frivolous woman in an office lady's attire. Is it bad? The woman's tone is nonchalant when she said that. It's obvious she doesn't care about Kinace Canon, but the fake angel. Kinace Kensei didn't even look at her. His gaze is still on Kinace Canon. His brows are tightly furrowed. The situation is not good. Kinace Kensei's tone is calm, even though he's troubled. The damage she received is enough to kill an ordinary person several hundred times over. Even if the orcs came, I'm afraid they would still be dead. If it wasn't for the fake angel's amazing recovery ability and the timely treatment, she would have died. The woman furrowed her brows. Her face is filled with displeasure. Hasn't this monster already devoured 3 spirit centers already? Who on earth had the ability to injure her to this extent? I don't know. Kinace Kensei's tone is flat, as if it has nothing to do with him. Let's not talk about who injured her for now. Anyway, she's already been treated. Coupled with the recovery ability of the fake angel, her injuries are almost healed. The real problem is the other fake angel. The woman clicked her tongue and pursed her lips. Is it the fake angel that was captured by the attack officer? Kensei Yace nodded and said seriously, that fake angel also devoured a spiritual hub. Now, if XDA-7 wants to obtain enough spirituality to evolve, it needs 2 more hubs. At this point, Kensei's face sank. However, the fake angel has been captured. We only have 7 fake angels in total. If we don't get that fake angel back, XDA-7 won't be able to evolve into an angel. Is it that serious? The woman glanced at Kinace Kensei. Didn't you say that the key to this simulated angel ritual is your daughter? If it's the other fake angels, we could just find 2 more. BB. Kinace Kensei turned around and looked at the woman. I'm just a person who provides research results. It doesn't matter what the result is. If you can afford to wait, I'll do my best to do it. This time, his daughter, the one Kinsei called BB, finally had a change in expression. The reason she cares so much about the fake angel is because she is a member of Sorcerer's Craft Plastic. Now that Sorcerer's Craft Plastic is facing bankruptcy, the robot dolls are no longer needed. Their company urgently needs a new product to support the company's operations. And that product is none other than the fake angel. With such a powerful combat ability, I believe that many ambitious people would be interested in the fake angel. But as Kanase Kinsei said, the company is about to go bankrupt. If they continue to wait, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Kanase Kinsei can afford to wait, but Sorcerer's Craft Plastic can't. Kanase Kinsei's face changed. In the end, she seemed to have made a decision. She shouted at the door, "Luo, bring that in." Hearing BB's words, Kinsei Kanase froze for a moment. At this moment, a man carrying two coffin-like cabinets walked in. When Kanase Kinsei saw the things in the cabinets, his face changed. There are two girls in the cabinets. Two girls with wings and masks. Fake angel. Impossible. Kanase Kinsei was shocked. I only made 7 of them. BB laughed sinisterly. The so-called product should be something that can be mass-produced and bring great benefits. That's what a product is. How can 7 be enough? I see. Kanase Kinsei lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Clones? Although their performance is not as good as that monster over there." BB smiled evilly and said, "But if it's the spiritual center, they also have it. Is it okay to use theirs?" Kanase Kinsei stared at BB and did not answer. He picked up a remote control. "Swallow them." XDA 7. On the bed, Kanase Kinsei's blank eyes suddenly turned sinister. Not long after, the sound of flesh tearing and disgusting chewing echoed. Chapter 949. Blood flowed all over the floor of the dark room. The two cloned angels were lying on the ground. Blood was flowing out of a terrifying hole in their abdomens, spreading the blood on the ground. Most of their aura had dissipated. They were on their last breaths, not far away from death. None of them, including Kinsei, BB, or the man called Luo, showed any pity on their faces. They didn't even look at them. They just let them die. Kinsei and the others are looking at Canon Kanase. Canon is lying on the bed again. The glowing runes on her body are emitting an unknown power. Canon didn't seem to have left the bed. She's still staring blankly at the ceiling as if she didn't do anything, ignoring the blood dripping from her mouth. There shouldn't be a problem this time, right? BB waved her hand tiredly and said to Kinsei Kanase, "The cost of cloning 2 fake angels is not small. If it doesn't work, your fake angel ritual can also be abandoned." "No problem," Kinsei Kanase said in a calm voice. The 6 spiritual centers in XDA 7 have stabilized. They're starting to fuse with the body. After one more ritual, XDA 7 will be able to evolve. "Is that so?" BB seemed to heave a sigh of relief and smiled maliciously. "That's good. Otherwise, this monster has no value. So, what is the ritual that needs to be done?" "Battle. Fight." The glasses on Kinsei Kanase's face flashed with light, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. "A large-scale battle. Let XDA 7 fuse its spiritual centers with the body. This way, XDA 7 will evolve to the final stage. Then, the angel will be the strongest. It will be the strongest." "Battle?" BB pondered for a moment. An evil smile appeared on her face. "Then, let's find the guy who injured this monster last time. To be able to injure this monster so severely that it almost died should be enough to be the target of the ritual, right?" "Yes." Hearing that, Kinsei was silent. Not long after, he raised his head. "Let's do that." As if she was excited, BB's eyes turned dark red, and a pair of fangs protruded out of her mouth. She's a vampire." "Luo." Licking the corner of her mouth, BB shouted without the slightest bit of image. "Bring that monster to the company. This is really troublesome. We haven't even found the person yet. What's the hurry?" She grumbled as she walked towards Kanase Natsuan. She reached out her hand and grabbed Kanae's Natsuan by the neck. From the looks of it, it was as if Hane's cannon was a chicken that was lying on the chopping board. In order to put her into the pot, Hane's cannon was lifted up. But he's destined to fail. Don't! Rio, who was trying to reach for Kanae's Natsuan, seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like an arrow. He flew past Kanae's Kensei and BB and smashed into the wall behind them. Bang! The fragile wall was smashed by Ro's body. Ro's body didn't slow down at all. He was thrown out of the boat and fell into a deep slumber. Kensei Kanae and BB did not even have the time to react to the sudden change. For a moment, they were stunned there, as if they had been fixed in place and could not move. On their foreheads, a drop of sweat slid down without explanation, and their pupils constricted in hindsight. Phew, it sounded like the wind, but also like the sound of something breaking through the air. A soft sound reverberated in the air and entered their ears. In front of them, beside Kanae's cannon's bed, a silhouette slowly appeared. Kensei and BB's expressions changed. Even Cannon's blank eyes lit up when she saw the figure. Raising his head, a pair of wine-red eyes swept across Kensei and BB. Then, he looked at the ground that was covered in blood and the two fake angel clones. Finally, he threw himself onto the bed and looked at Kanae's cannon. When he saw the emptiness in her eyes and the blood at the corner of her mouth, his wine-red eyes trembled slightly. Then, they suddenly turned cold. Slowly turning around, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned indifferent. He looked at Kensei Yanase and said in a deep voice, "Are you Kensei Kanae?" Kensei Yase's expression froze, and his voice sank. "Who are you?" "Me?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Just an incompetent teacher who can't even save a student." "Teacher?" Kensei Yase flinched. BB took advantage of this moment to react. "How'd you find this place?" Compared to Wu Yan's identity, BB was more concerned about how her secret location was discovered. There was no other way. Everything they did on this ship was illegal. How could they not care when they were invaded by someone else? I found out about Kensei Yase's existence from Kanae's personal information and found out where he worked. I followed the clues and found my way here. Wu Yan glanced at BB with a disdainful smile. "Impossible," BB shouted angrily. "This is the ocean. It's not that easy to find. Don't tell me you think you won't be discovered by parking your ship on the ocean." Wu Yan laughed. "The fake angels only appeared on Itagami Island last night. Your company is located on Itagami Island. Even if you drove the ship out, how far can you drive it? Just look around." Wu Yan glanced at BB from the corner of his eye. "Next time, if you want to do something secretive, sail the ship further away from Itagami Island. You might be able to fool a normal person, but you won't be able to fool a magician who specializes in spatial manipulation. It's just a matter of a few seconds." "Damn it," BB cursed. Her crimson eyes turned darker due to her anger. "If that's the case, don't even think about leaving this place." Wu Yan ignored BB's words. He turned to Kensei Yase with a strange glint in his eyes. "Let me ask you something." Wu Yan spoke with a strange tone. "You're the one who created the fake angels, right?" Kensei pushed up his glasses and nodded. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, bang! In a flash, Wu Yan appeared in front of Kensei Yase and punched him in the face. Kensei Yase's glasses shattered and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his face as he howled in pain. "What?" BB turned pale with fright. Before she could come back to her senses, a wave of magic power landed on her body and blew her away. Looking at Kensei, who was lying on the ground with his hands covering his face, Wu Yan ignored him and walked over to Kanae's cannon. Looking at her unfocused eyes, Wu Yan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan extended his hand towards Cannon. He stared into her eyes and asked gently, "Do you want to come with me?" Cannon stared blankly at the smiling Wu Yan. She didn't know if it's her subconscious or if it's just her subconscious. She reached out and placed her hand on Wu Yan's palm. After that, Cannon lost consciousness. She closed her eyes, and a small teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. But this time, the teardrop didn't seem sad. Wu Yin sighed as he held Kanae's Cannon's hand. He picked her up with a big hug. His gaze swept to the back again. There were only 2 dead mass parasites left. Kensei and BB were nowhere to be seen. Wu Yin frowned and smiled bitterly. I forgot that woman is a vampire. Wu Yin caressed Kanae's not see his hair before disappearing in a flash. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.